keep an open mind, because the concepts that Andrew is going to be sharing with you this weekend are pretty mind-blowing. And for a lot of people, it's thinking outside of the box. And sometimes it seems like, how is this possible? You're going to see a lot of people up here on panels who have been sitting where you're sitting right now and have had incredible success. And the numbers and the things they're going to talk about are going to be mind-blowing. And you're going to wonder, how is that possible? Don't worry about that for right now. Over the course of the next 72 hours, Andrew is going to show you and tell you how that's possible. But in order for you to receive it and absorb it, you need to keep your mind open. So is everybody on board with that? Okay, there's 10 people on board with that, and there's over 200 people in the room. So what are the rest of you holding out for? Is everybody on board with that? There we go. Awesome. That's what we need for this weekend. So the weekend, as I said, is going to be life-changing probably for a lot of you. I know it was for me, and for a lot of the people who you're going to see, it's life-changing. And I know that can sometimes be a hyperbolic statement to make, but in this case, it is very much true. So sit back and take it all in. It's good to be skeptical of some of this stuff and wonder about it. Just don't be cynical. Don't say, no way, that's not possible. There's no way this person started this process 2 years ago and has 75 houses later. How is that possible? Don't be that person, because you're going to shut yourself down and not absorb and take in all this incredible information that Andrew's going to be sharing with you guys. We need your participation, just as I was doing there right now, asking you, yes, and is everybody awake? It's very important, because it takes a lot of energy to get up here on the stage. It's uncomfortable for a lot of people. Andrew, and after almost 8 years, I'm still amazed that he can stand up here and talk nonstop for 3 days in a row. But it is tiring and taxing. So he needs to know you're not sleeping and snoozing, and feed off of your energy and participation. So a lot of times he'll say, is that a yes or is that a yes? It's not a rhetorical question. He wants to hear you say, one more time. There we go. It's a little slow start here, but we'll get on it. So some rules, housekeeping for the 3-day. First and most important is take out those cell phones, those devices, those electronic things that none of us can seem to live without. We go into a panic when we can't find it. Please either turn them off or put it on silent or on at least vibration mode. Take 3 days out of your life and absorb what's happening on these 3 days. Shut the world out. If you have a phone call you got to take it out of the room, but let's keep those cell phones turned off, which I'm always the one who is forgetting that. So I'm going to do that right now. Everybody pull your phone out and put those puppies on silent. Another rule for the 3-day is the only entrances in and out of the room are through those back doors. These side doors here, please don't use those. It gets distracting for people who are in the room. It's distracting for Andrew. So only doors to be used are at the back of the room. So please keep that in mind. On time, be on time. When we have breaks, lunch breaks, things like that, they're going to be a set time. I set a reminder for myself. I've got a cowbell that I ring when time is up to get everybody back in the room, because there is so much information to cover that if we get started later and later and later, Andrew's not able to cover all of the good stuff that you want when you are here and when you are present. This weekend is kind of a time when we encourage you to network with each other, but it's not a time for you to grow your list. We all know that those contacts and those people are paramount to our business as real estate investors, but this is not the time and the place to do that. There'll be times and places for doing that, but not here. You've all invested a big chunk of your weekend, 72 hours, to be here and learn this. So let's be respectful of that and not try to advance our own business at the sake of others. Everybody agree with that? Yes? All right. So the weekend and how it's going to kind of run. Today is going to be Andrew going through talking about how you're going to find deals in this hot market. And it is a blazing hot market right now. Wholesales, asset protection, all of those good things. We'll be breaking for lunch. That's going to be in the back of the room. If you are from Former Mastery, see myself or Lori, and we will get your lunch sorted out for you. Then once we come back from lunch, we will be going through how the market dollars, how you spend those dollars versus profits, that whole concept right there. This evening, after this, the main part of the day is over, we're going to be going through a VIP session, which is a live wholesale demo, and how you go about doing that, and how you get paid on wholesales. We'll be finishing up today probably about 6:30 or so. Tends to run kind of a little bit long today. Just keep that in mind. We will have apples and granola bars and things like that to keep you guys sustainated and energized and awake for the whole thing. Tomorrow is one of our very unique and popular days, which is the bus tour. We start off in the morning. We leave here at about between 8 and 8:30 is when all the buses head out. The last bus is about 8:25. So make sure you're here early in the morning. It's a chance to get to be able to go out and see real live properties. It's one thing to see pictures up here and hear people talk about their properties, see people's properties out in the hallway. It's an entirely another thing to be able to have the opportunity to walk through some of these houses and see what kinds of things Andrew's talking about when he says boring, plain, bread and butter type houses. That's what we're after. You're going to get the opportunity tomorrow to see those firsthand, which is very helpful, so you know what you should be looking for when you're looking for these deals. Again, lunch tomorrow. These lunches are also a very important time because at each of the tables in the lunchroom, we will have former mastery people, former investors who've gone before you to be able to sit down and start to pick their brain about some of these concepts and see how they've managed to be successful, how they've managed to go from no properties to 10 properties in their first year, or how they got their first deal done. So it's a very valuable time to do that. Tomorrow night, at the end of the day, is an opportunity where Andrew will kind of, you all know the Wizard of Oz, right? The wizard was behind the curtain. Well, that's an opportunity to open that curtain up and to see how Andrew analyzes and runs his business and how he evaluates deals and numbers. It's a take off your coat, roll up your sleeves kind of opportunity to see all that happens. Then on Sunday morning is a very, 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 very critical time. Start at 9 o'clock sharp. Why is that so critical? Mary DeSluver, who you're going to hear mentioned several times, is going to talk to you about private money lending. There is not one of us as real estate investors in this group who do not use private money on every single deal. We don't fund them ourselves. We don't get hard money loans. She's going to talk to you about the process, how you do that, because it's a piece of your puzzle that's very important. And there's a way to do it and a way to give people, the private money lenders, confidence that their money is going to be safe and secure when they're investing with you. Sunday is the day when Andrew kind of takes all of the pieces of Friday and Saturday and the entire weekend and brings them all together and wraps them up for you, so that when you leave here on Sunday, you are leaving here with knowledge that you didn't know you were going to get and will help you in your next steps forward on your real estate investing career. So, are we all ready? Yes. Are you sure you're ready? Yes. All right, so I need one more thing from you before I bring the big guy up here. I need you to stand up on your feet, everybody at one time. And he does not like to come out on stage until he is made to feel welcome. And the way to make him feel welcome is by a thunderous round of applause. Here he is, Mr. Andrew Holmes.
So, guys, thank you very much for everybody being here. We appreciate it. I think this is for the second or third time. Hopefully, the corona challenges we faced I hope we have put them to rest, who knows. But we have all kind of at least dealt with it if we're here. Having said that, this is, I think, number 23 or 24 3-day that we have done in the last 5 or 6 years. And my hope is that if you came here and if you spend this time with us, hopefully you walk away with some thoughts, with ideas, with some encouragement that you can go and use in the real world, right? The goal of this weekend is not just to give you a whole bunch of ideas that you don't use. And that's my sincere hope from the bottom of my heart, that hopefully you use that. And what you'll notice on stage when we have a lot of people come up, right? What you'll notice is a lot of them, some of them started with some resources, others started with absolutely nothing, right? And I tend, whenever I go to any event, I am kind of one of those person who I'm skeptical about everything, especially when it comes to real estate. If somebody says, it's daylight outside, I have to go verify. That's just my nature. I can't help myself, right? And being somebody who is kind of skeptical is good. Todd kind of mentioned that. The reason is this: you don't want to just absorb whatever somebody says and take it as truth. What you want to do is trust, but you should always verify, right? And it's important that the devil is in the details. And there is a method to the madness that how we kind of suggest you look at real estate, because it is not just about making, doing a flip and making 30, 40,000 bucks or 50,000 bucks or 100,000 bucks. It's possible. There's a lot of people doing it, but that is not a business. Is that thought process making any sense? Right? And a lot of times I'll say, is that a yes or a yes? You're supposed to say yes. The whole point of that is that I know that you are getting the concept, right? And whenever we say something, please think through it, right? Don't just say, oh, it's not possible. Just think through it, right? Take some addresses down. Take some addresses down from people when you talk to them at lunch. And then look it up on Zillow, look it up on Google, look it up. And then look at what did they buy it for? Who did they buy it from? Was it a property that came from auctions? Was it a property that came from off market? And then what type of a loan they put on it, right? Then once they put a loan on it, when did they refinance the property? Or if they sold it, what did they sell it for? Because the point of this weekend is, how do you take some of the thoughts and ideas and how do you backtrack it and build it for yourself? Does that thought process making any sense, right? So having said that, I'm going to kind of introduce the entire team, group of people that I would not be here if it was not for them. And for a lot of us, there are different people that come into our lives at different times of our lives. You have no idea why they show up, right? And at that time when Rahul showed up kind of in my life, maybe I needed him more than he needed me, because he had a job and I was out doing a bunch of flips. And I needed him for one reason, because I needed somebody with a W-2 that could do refinances for me at that time, right? And so you'll get a chance to kind of meet him, especially tomorrow during the VIP session. We'll go through a bunch of numbers. So here is Rahul and Varsha. Come on up. The next person, I don't know if I have them by how they're standing, but the next person happens to be, if you haven't seen the videos of this guy, I'm not going to introduce him a whole bunch. His videos introduce himself, but it'll be interesting because we have him on the first panel. It's Mr. Pablo himself. Mr. Pablo, come on up. So. Number 3 happens to be Miss Marta. I think 22 or 25 rentals or whatever she has now in the last 3 years. Number 4, it's Miss Rose and Mr. Fateh. Come on up. If for everybody that has thought about wholesales in the Chicagoland area, somebody who really has built a business, it's something that within Mastery, within a group of us, we admire what him and Joe Mueller happens to be one of the big, he was one of the big REO agents. They've built a business which is sustainable, a long-term business. And now they've built a huge rental portfolio, happens to be Mr. Dan Clarton. So he's going to be, he'll do the special session today. That's Dan, he kind of murmurs sometimes. He'll do the special session today specifically on how to talk to sellers, what has worked for him, and how he went from kind of a struggling business to what they run today as a true wholesale business. What does that look like? And then we'll do, when Miss Gina comes up, we'll do a double close and we'll do an assignment of contract. For those people, and I used to kind of fit that category because I came from a real estate agent background, right? If you're a real estate agent, we have this, we know everything, nobody can tell us anything. Our bank account doesn't reflect it, but we know everything. I come from that world, and still today I have to check myself all the time. Just because you may be good at something doesn't mean you know everything. None of us do, right? And this is a process of growth. So just keep that in mind because, and this is the world of real estate is changing. I mean, trust me when I say it is changing today. Real estate agents have become more open to this whole crazy idea of wholesales than ever before. And reason is because they need you. Right? They need you because the market is short of inventory and of properties, and now they're willing to work with people. It is just one way of getting rid of properties. That's all it is, right? Because there are some people who are gung-ho about wholesales, and there are some people who are like, well, I don't want to do wholesales, man, right? When you look at some of the numbers over the next 3 days, you'll realize why it should be an option you may decide to consider. Having said that, the next person happens to be Miss Lori. So whenever anything goes wrong over this weekend, please blame Lori. If anything goes right this weekend, the credit goes to me, right? So I don't know what happened yesterday. Something happened with the hotel yesterday, so obviously I had to blame Lori for it because it could not be my fault. But anyways, it genuinely, when I mean that for all of us, if it had not been for Lori, all of this could not be possible. A lot of times people think there's this huge organization that runs this whole thing. It's single-handedly, and I mean this sincerely, if you know how cheap I am in terms of spending money, except on airplanes, it is Lori that runs this whole thing. And I mean that genuinely and sincerely, that she's the glue that kind of brings all of us together. The next person happens to be Miss Gina Diaz from Diaz Case Law. So she'll do a session today on asset protection, as well as when she does the kind of the wholesales, the technical aspect of it. How does that work? She's been a huge supporter of what we do. We're grateful to her. The next person happens to be the one and only Miss Farah Ali herself. And if you have not, it's interesting that you generally don't go to a group of people where you have somebody that we've seen the whole process. 2014, she was in a group exactly like this at Holiday Inn. And at the time I was a bit stressed out, and I used to be a lot more dramatic. The camera guy showed up late, and I will never forget the statement. I'm ashamed of it, but I have to admit it. I was so stressed out, so pissed. I'm like, dude, I'm gonna, break your head open with a baseball bat. This is a statement I made. Not proud of it. I did. I was so damn stressed out. I'm like, oh my God, what is this crazy event I'm putting together? It was interesting that she came in at that time, and what she has achieved, 40 plus rentals, 10 plus flips, a book written, the whole 9 yards. And the cool part about that is we have kind of gotten to see that process all the way from scratch, and you'll kind of get to see her talk about it this weekend and how that process has worked. So it's interesting. If you follow the process, it will work. I can promise you that. And she is one of the exemplars of that particular whole process. The next person, if you're not here Sunday in the morning, right, you're going to miss her session, and it happens to be Miss Mary DeSluver. She happens to be an attorney by profession, but she doesn't she's like, I don't practice law, you shouldn't bring that up. But that's kind of her profession that she doesn't practice law today, but she was kind of the first person. I'll never forget at Platinum Home Mortgage, the first time I thought 20 people would show up, 2.5 people showed up, right? 2 adults and 1 kid. That's why I say 2.5, right? I thought I had a pretty bad day, and I thought I was kind of crushed, right? At the end of the day, I went through the whole thing, and I wasn't looking for anything. I just thought that I had great ideas I could share. And she stood up and she's like, Andrew, I'm willing to give you $1 million. She says, I'm willing to borrow you $1 million. I thought she said, I'm willing to give you $1 million, right? But I mean, literally at that time, this is 2011, I never knew, right? I never knew anybody could actually use $1 million. Right? My point to her was, what am I going to do with the $1 million? I would just want to do 3 properties at a time, right? It was an interesting thing that people showed up. And the first time this concept of private money got kind of revealed to me. We would not be here if it had not been for that thing. 99% of people from Mastery, you'll see some interesting numbers this weekend, right? Literally some of the people that'll come up within all of us together, right? There are close to 16,000. Think about that number, 16,000 rentals that are owned just in and around Chicagoland area. Think about that number, how high that number is, just within this room of people, right? And these are small little properties that some people own 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 100, but that's the numbers starting from 2014. So there's some significant numbers, would not have been possible if it wasn't for her idea. So she's going to do that session. The next person happens to be Miss Sharon Wernhold, and she's always come and supported us all the way from Louisville, Kentucky. Miss Sharon does a session she'll do on specifically on probates and on marketing. So keep an eye on for that. And I think this is, Miss Sharon is like, you know, I've been coming to Chicago now every 3 or 4 months for the past 6 years. The man and the legend, Mr. Frank Montreux, is going to be here at about 2 o'clock on Sunday. And Ryan Smith, if you guys don't know Ryan, he's the #1 agent for REOs. So real estate owned, so he represents all the banks. He will be here also most likely on Sunday, I believe. Tomorrow, there's a special thing. We have never done this before, but we just added this time because it's become a big major part of the market. And this is all the stuff we're building in Florida, all the new construction now that we're adding, and that a lot of that inventory is going to go to Airbnbs. So tomorrow we're going to have Bill Powers here in the afternoon, and some of the numbers that he's going to put forth, right? Because what I always wanted was I wanted a system. I didn't want one house on the beach, right? One house on the beach, I can go rent, buy, whatever. That's not a business, right? What I wanted was, how do you build 100 of those? Meaning, can you duplicate and build a business around it? So that'll be a really important session tomorrow afternoon. So please pay about 2 o'clock or so. So pay attention to that. Last but not least, a lot of you would not be here if it was not for Harry. Harry is kind of the newest member of the team. This weekend, we'll have a chance to pick on Rahul because I think he gave Harry a great layup on a property. We'll go through, Harry is doing his first flip. We'll go through some of his numbers, kind of how it came about. It's a fun experience that we're watching him go through. We'll share some of his, hey, so you should put up some of the initial pictures when you bought the property, the numbers, why Rahul passed it up at that time, and then what your numbers work out on the back, what are working out on the back end, because now the property is under contract, right? So everybody will kind of get to see that process of how somebody goes through that. It'll be a fun experience. So, and then having said that.
Okay, before we get rolling on all of this, now more than ever, I think it's evident to us here in the United States and the rest of the world what a privileged opportunity we have to live here in the United States. And that opportunity is granted to us because of the sacrifice of a lot of people, that being service people, that being first responders, police officers. So we'd like to take this opportunity, and everyone at home that's watching, we encourage you to join in this. If you are active or retired, military service, paramedic, EMS, firemen, policemen, if you would please stand up right now so we could all acknowledge the sacrifice and the commitment you made on our behalf. If you would all please stand so we could give you a round of applause in appreciation for all that you do. Thank you very, very, very much from the bottom of our hearts. If you could also please stand now at this time, we are going to sing the national anthem. So if everyone would please stand.
All right, so before we kind of get started, it's interesting with all the world events today that are going on, and we're not going to get into the politics of anything. That's for the politicians to figure out. But I've always felt, right, all the crazy things that happened during Corona, all the stuff that happened, right? I've kind of seen the other side, and I'll maybe get a chance to share with you guys that part of my life I spent in India. And whatever people say about the United States or not, this country is the best damn country to live in, period, right? And I feel very, very, very strongly about it because the amount of opportunity that we have as Americans, right? We have a lot of things that are wrong, right? There's no country that is really great, but this is one of those places where literally you can be any damn thing you can be. It's not all fair, it's not all right. I'm sure there's a lot of things, but it's always I'm very grateful that as a group, we're able to honor our flag, and we're able to be here where it gives a country that gives us the kind of opportunity that it does, especially with the kind of the world events that are going on. It puts things in a little bit more of a perspective. So having said that, over the next 3 days, we're going to talk some about rentals, we're going to talk some about wholesales, and we're going to talk some about flips. And whenever you think about flips, whenever you think about wholesales, just look at it as a way to get rid of an asset. Does that thought process, if that makes any sense, right? It's just a simple strategy of disposition. A lot of times, I think she said, yeah, she's excited about it, right? So a lot of times people think about wholesales and they think, well, that's something that I have to do if I don't have a lot of money, right? That's the only thing that I can do. No, you can always do a partnership flip. You don't have to. You do a wholesale when it is the most profitable avenue of disposing of an asset, right? You do a flip meaning traditionally, let me just define it, that you're buying it, you're rehabbing it, and then you're putting it back on the market. Right? So if you're going to do a flip, the only reason you should do a flip is when you can get way more money rather than just putting the property back on the market, if it makes sense, if it's lucrative, and you can put the property right back on the market and make a good amount of money. And we will talk about a bunch of examples of that, and we'll give you a lot of addresses, right? And when we share the addresses, please take the time, write them down, go back and look them up, right? Because you will see why I'm suggesting what I'm suggesting. And when we share the addresses, look at it, when was it bought and when was it sold? Meaning, what was the year? Because if that property was sold in 2019 versus 2020 versus 21 versus 22, your numbers are going to be astronomically different, right? And that's going to make a difference as to what strategy made sense in that moment in time. Today, as far as I'm concerned, I mean, a blind man could do a flip, right? And I'm being facetious, of course, in that. What I mean is that today, if you're brand new in real estate, literally, you could do a flip, you could overpay for the property, you could mess up the rehab. As long as it's done half decent, some sucker will come in and buy it. Why? Because they're desperate. They don't have any housing. In a good market, just because you get away with a bunch of things does not mean you're good. You're just lucky. You're just waiting till the market hands it to you and you're going to go broke. Right? So this is important to keep that in mind. And it's okay to be lucky, but just realize real estate gods have mercy on you. You know, they're letting you get away with it. You got away with it. Just don't attempt fate all the time, because it does not work out in your favor. Just suggesting something, right? I know a lot of people are excited. And if you're excited, you're doing your first flip, God bless you. I'm happy for you, right? But if all you think is you're going to flip your way to wealth, right? Good luck, right? Good luck. Show me one person that can show me an asset value of 2, 3, 4 million because just all they did was flips, right? It's very, 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 very rare. Most of the wealth is going to be built on rentals, and I'll show you a bunch of examples of that. Having said that, the goal that you should have if you're here is to figure out, how do I do enough flips or wholesales so that on the side, if you have a job, please, for God's sake, do not quit it, right? I'm the first one to say, real estate does not happen tomorrow. It takes a little bit of time. And you'll hear me say this over and over and over. If you take care of real estate for the first 5 years, real estate will take care of you for the rest of your life. And I can show you 1,000 examples of this. But the first 5 years, meaning the neve that you set up, is really, really, really important, because then you can have the freedom that everybody wants. The problem today is everybody wants it tomorrow. Everybody thinks you're going to be a YouTube star. I'm trying, I ain't one, right? I'm just telling you this. I'm just telling you, and this will make a lot more money than 99% of YouTubers. I promise you that. If you're thinking about cash flow, your first goal should be is how in a year and a half to 2 years, I get to a net cash flow, not gross rentals, net cash flow of $60,000 net. Okay, that's net income of $5,000 a month and more. And you'll see a lot of examples of that. And we will have a lot of people, because from time to time I am one. So just keep this, that you know it all, a little bit away from you just for this weekend. Absorb the information, right? If it doesn't appeal to you on Sunday, please see me. You know, and I'm happy to have a conversation. Just please be open to some thoughts, some ideas, because we will never say something without giving you empirical evidence of what we're talking about, right? So at times what you're going to have is a sudden inspiration, insight, and recognition of comprehension. And we want you to have lots of those moments throughout this weekend, because you may not identify with me, you hopefully will identify with somebody. And a lot of times we all think we need to write everything down. We need 50 ideas. You don't. You need one good idea. If you could put it in practice, you will do pretty well. The goal should not be to absorb it all, because none of us can absorb it all, right? We just need to absorb one good idea that you can put it in practice. The next thing is, there's a lot of people, and this happens to me sometimes when I'm like, I want to take all of it in, right? Guys, relax. Right? This is a process which is repeatable. And I promise you it is a repeatable process, because all of us as a group, everybody watching from home, we can take that process and grow. And so you don't have to be like, oh my God, I'm going to miss it. You're not going to miss it. Just take it in, right? Real estate is based on a passion for a lot of people, yet there is a science behind it, meaning it's a numbers-driven business, right? If you're just very excited and you're very, very passionate, you're going to passionately lose your ass. And I mean this sincerely, right? That there's a lot of people, right? We have a slogan that we use, which is passion counts and strategy matters type of thing. What I mean by that is we want you to be passionate about stuff, but you can't be so passionate that you don't understand the numbers and then passionately you get your butt handed to you, right? So make sure you have to think through and study through these details as we talk about it. So why are we here? So this is just me. I believe real estate is the greatest equalizer, right? I'm not into the NFTs today, into crypto, this or that, right? I like basic hard assets because I can hang my head by it. And the reason I say it's equalizer is because the opportunity it offers for all of us is equal, right? And what I mean by that is that it doesn't care what your past was. It matters where we go from here to the next stage forth. So some of us will have more opportunity, some of us will have less, but it's based on where we're coming from. Next thing is, and this is a statement you'll hear me repeat over and over and over, and that is that if you take care of real estate for the first 5 years, real estate will take care of you for the rest of your life. And by take care, I want to put that in perspective. What I mean by that is this, and that if your monthly expenses are, let's just say $7,000 a month, right? That monthly expenses and another couple thousand, that will be met by real estate, right? If you want to be rich overnight, maybe try your hand at crypto, maybe try your hand at some crazy stuff. If you do real estate correctly, for 2 to 3 years, you can be at a stage where for 90% of the people in the room, it will match what you make and then some. Meaning 5,000, 8,000, 10,000, 12,000, 15,000 net cash flow a month. We're not talking gross numbers. We're talking about after you pay your principal, taxes, insurance. And if you make 300,000, 4,000, 5,000, $500,000, 800,000, like you'll see some examples of people doing flips, we do not count that as income, right? This is something that if you make, I have guys in mastery that come in that make $1 million. The hell are you going to match it? If somebody's an orthopedic surgeon, how are you going to match them? You can't. Right? That's not reasonable. But what you can match is the cash flow. Meaning, if I couldn't work tomorrow, if I couldn't work, what is my net worth? If all I'm doing is flips or all I have is job, what is my net worth? It's not the money that I'm making, that's not net worth, that's just earned income. It's what do I have to show for it? So for just the next 72 hours, when you feel very good of yourself, don't look at what you make, because there's a lot of people, I promise you, that make a significant amount of income. But what counts is not just income. What counts is what is the real asset, right? So the next thing is that we're not going to try to give you a magic pill. There is no magic pill. I promise you this. I have looked for magic pills since I was like 15 years old, right? Anytime anybody I think has a magic pill, I go and pay them a bunch of money. I'm an expert at this shit. Right? And I haven't found one yet. I have found that it's a little bit about the right education. It's a little bit about the right team of people. Some of it is the right resources, and then it's hard work. And I have corrected this. Used to be hard work, used to be at the top, right? When you're an immigrant, your parents put this, you ask them, how do you succeed? Well, you must go to good school, right? And when you go to good school, you have to get a good college education. When you get a good college education, you get a good job. Like, okay, I get this shit. Then what? Well, then you have to work hard. Okay, I work hard. Then what? Right? Well, you must work harder. Listen, you people tried this shit. Right? I mean, all immigrants have a tendency. They take easy shit and we make it hard. I mean, the immigrants are the best at this. Right? they take easy stuff and they make it hard. Why? Because in the old country where they came from, it didn't matter if you're Eastern European, if you're from, down south, if you're from India or Asia, wherever it is. Why do most people end up in America? Not because they want to leave all their damn families behind. Most people are not like, oh, okay, I don't like my family, I'm going to leave. They come to America, why? Because they feel there is an opportunity, right? I mean, 99.99% of people come to America because of opportunity. Yet, what we do is we do exactly what our parents did, because who were our teachers? Our parents. Who were the people in your family that taught you? They were our parents, right? And it's not, none of our parents, none of our elders had anything, an agenda that we're going to keep the same person, same place. But they didn't have a different vehicle. Guys, hard work works. But I promise you, if all you do is work hard, you will never succeed. Never succeed at the level what is possible. You need to use a little bit of strategy included with hard work. And you will see that here, because if hard work was the pure answer, the person who digs the ditch should be making more than the supervisor who tells him where to dig. Think about this, right? The supervisor who's sitting in the office, hey dude, it's done yet, should be making less money than the supervisor. But guess who's making the most amount of money? The guy who owns the building and the land underneath it that they're sitting in. Because guess what? There are two types of people, and you'll notice this, we'll bring this up over and over and over. There are two types of people as far as I'm concerned. Either you're running on a treadmill or you own the treadmill, and that's it in this world, right? That's it. Either you own the treadmill or you're running on the treadmill. All of us start out by running on a treadmill because we have no other option, right? So just kind of think through that as we go through this. Disclaimer, the attorneys want me to put this. Guys, please, use common sense, right? Don't do silly things. Don't just because somebody sounds bright, give them money, do silly things. Please, for God's sake. Right? So just use common sense. We will never talk about any high risk and high return. I hear this all the time. Andrew, what if you could invest in the stock market and the ETFs, and what if I could grow taller, man? Shit, I'm trying. When you're a dwarf, it's kind of important to me. But I don't live in the world of what ifs, right? You want to buy a lottery ticket, God bless you, buy a lottery ticket, but don't give up your day job, right? We're going to talk about how do we lower the risk and increase the returns. Meaning, if you look at investors that have been in the marketplace for the last 50, 60 years, all of them that have succeeded at a high level, they have been investing properly over a long period of time. And then they become very wealthy. Today, meaning in the last 15, 20 years, real estate is a unique vehicle where you can shorten the curve. But if you do very high risk behavior, you're going to burn and crash. I promise you of that, right? So what you'll notice us talk about this is that please do not engage in high risk behavior. I do not have a magic touch. So if you're a toad, we're not going to make you a prince or a princess in a matter of a weekend. Right? Nobody is going to come and kiss you and basically suddenly you're going to change. Life doesn't work that way. So have realistic expectations as we go into this. So there is a handbook that we had given out to everybody that you should have on your desks. And all the slides that we have a number on, they're going to all correlate to that handbook. Right? And here's the basic secret of real estate. And that is a acronym, which is TEST, T-E-S-T. And that is, number one is timing, because timing you can do everything correctly. But if you do it at the wrong time, it is going to go bust, right? Because there was a time at one time in the market where you could find a lot of great deals. 2008, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, you could find a lot of great deals. Right? But if your timing was off, right, real estate will not work. Meaning if you have the right fertilizer, right soil, water, everything, but it's middle of winter in the Midwest and you're farming and you suddenly go out and start planting stuff, it's not going to grow. You had all the right ingredients, but you just missed the timing. The next thing is execution in the right order. And you'll notice when we start getting into details that the order in which you do things is really, really important, right? You can't just go do whatever you want to do because you feel like it. You can do it. Your results are going to be poor at best. So it's important, execution in the right order. Next is the strategy, meaning what strategy are you going to use? And just because somebody does something, I am not going to do it. Right? And you'll notice a lot of the people that we have up here is, well, you know, my cousin did XYZ. Yesterday, somebody called me and they're like, well, what do you think? I have a cousin last month, they made $26,000 on Airbnb. I'm like, that's great. I think it's wonderful. Well, what do you really think about it? I'm like, dude, I have no details. Right? But, I mean, you got to tell me, okay, where's the property? How long have they owned it? What did they make? How much did they pay for the property? What are the details? If you just ask me a question at random, what does that have to do with anything? Somebody hung themselves off the ceiling fan. The hell do you want me to do about it? Right? I mean, what do I think about it? I mean, I don't know. I'm too scared to kill myself. I mean, it's like, how can I have an opinion about something where I have no details? Does that make sense? And a lot of times what people will do is people make these statements, well, this person did this. They have no clue what they're talking about, and you have to be careful. When somebody says XYZ did XYZ, what do you think? And I'm going to do this because the person did this. That makes no sense. So the last thing is team, meaning who are the people that you have surrounded by you and will tell you something is doable or not. I'll give you an example of that, right? When I used to be a real estate agent, I had a very bad kind of a thing in my head about wholesalers because most of them were full of shit, right? Most of them were full of shit. And the pitch was, if you have no money, if you have no credit, you failed at everything else, oh my God, you could do wholesaling, right? And what they forgot was that they used to say the underlying message was you don't need a brain. Right? You need a brain. And so I used to, anytime somebody says wholesales, I'd turn them off. I'd be like, I don't want to talk to you. Right? Because what happened was they weren't surrounded by the right group of people. Here, whenever we bring up people, we'll bring people that run a business. So when they say something, it has validity to it. And your team, a lot of times, is more important because who do you turn to when you don't know something? And you'll see an example, a bunch of examples of that. See, one deal done correctly can pull you out of a hole that you're in, a mess that you're in. Meaning if you have some debt, a deal can get you out of it, right? If it's done correctly. But if you do take the time to research and sacrifice and build a little bit of a portfolio today, the rest of your life is taken care of because cash flow trumps all, right? And it is all about cash flow. So what we think a lot of times is we want a pile of money. And for the longest time, I was kind of like that. What it took me to realize is that for me to get to a pile of money, I had to have a lot of treadmills that other people were running on so I could build a pile of money, right? A lot of times what we think is and this was my thought process, I'm going to flip my way into a pile of money. And then what I realized was after I did a bunch of those, that my results were poor at best. And I'll show you guys some hard numbers and hopefully that'll make sense. See, the reason why you want cash flow is this. The cash flow, it's about cash flow every single month, cash flow without necessarily you working, right? Cash flow if you're sick, cash flow because there are other people that it can take care of. What we want is safety, security, and then returns. Poor people chase returns. People who have wealth, they will always chase safety first, security, and then returns, right? Because for poor people, it's all about, oh my God, can I make money? And that's why poor people are poor, because they think about returns first, meaning they don't understand the investment first. So what happens is they tend to lose money at a higher percentage. Right? And it's not going to be about a deal or two or three. It's going to be about can we build a self-sustaining business? That's going to be the message this weekend, right? So having said that, let me here's an interesting thing, right? A lot of us here are either self-employed or we have a job. This is where most of us start out. And a lot of times what we think is when you are self-employed, when you have your own business, we think, oh my God, I'm my own master. The problem is this. When you have a job and you're running on a treadmill, meaning you go to the job, at the end of the week, 2 weeks, you get paid. When you have your own treadmill that you're running on, if it breaks down, guess who's got to fix it? You do. You get off the treadmill, you fix the treadmill, now you're like, oh my God, I haven't made money, I got to jump back on, right? And a lot of times we're taught this somehow being a maverick, right? And doing something on my own. And I'm my own boss. It's great. The problem is, right, you are your own employee and you're your own damn CEO. And it becomes harder, right, than it was to have a job somewhere else. You realize most entrepreneurs, right, what are the most people who have the most amount of mental issues? You know the number one group of people? It's entrepreneurs. It's entrepreneurs, right? The reason behind that is that statistically, out of 10 or 20,000, one is going to succeed at any significant level. Because what is an entrepreneur? A person who's a pure dreamer, right, doesn't have a damn to do with reality. I'm one, so I can relate to this very, very easily, right? And it doesn't matter, dude, I'm going to make it. Well, sure, you're going to make it. But they have a tendency to paddle upriver and not give a damn. And which is great. And America is a haven for those people. Right? Because there's a lot of opportunity to go upriver, meaning they go against the current. And sometimes they do very, very well. But if they don't understand how the rules of the game are, most of the time they're going to fail. And I'm not trying to be negative. I'm just trying to tell you the reality of what happens for most people, right? And a lot of times what we think is the harder we work, because this is what we've been taught throughout history, the more money we're going to make. Right? And it is, yes, we all want to create a large income, but at the same time, we need to build wealth, and we got to be able to do that tango at the same time if you want to end up somewhere, right? And there has never been, I mean, literally today, there's never been in the history where you can build as much wealth as you can build today, right? The opportunities today are greater than they have ever been. I mean, there are young people literally making stupid videos and being obnoxious and making a lot of money. I mean, God bless. The problem is a lot of people are not that obnoxious. I mean, if you're that obnoxious and that nuts, go ahead, right? You may do very well on YouTube and TikTok and 50 other places, but that's not for the average person. So a lot of times what happens is we're taught this: the harder you work, the more money you're going to make. And what a job is, there's no better depiction than what is showed in this graphic, right? This is a job, right? And I am one of those people who I do believe that if you want to be a millionaire, first off, don't start out by quitting your job. You'd be foolhardy if you quit your job, because you're going to make your life more difficult, and we'll explain that. A lot of times what happens to most of us is something like this. We're running on the treadmill, we find another person, well, me and you are going to run together. It's called a marriage, right? And then both of us are going to run together, both of us are going to do well, and we're going to make more money. At some point, one person today, you never know, so I'm not going to say if it's a boy or girl or boy, because today definition is different. One person decides to have a baby, right? I have to be politically correct. So, I mean, nowadays somebody's offended by everything, right? So whatever, he, she, it, they, whatever whatever it is, one person decides to have a baby, right? Now what happens is the other person has to pick up that load and that responsibility, right? And guys, listen, if, like a lot of you, I've read a lot of motivational books, right? A lot of motivational shit, I mean, 24/7, I used to listen to this nonsense. And motivation is great, right? It's great. It's really, really good. I believe in motivation. But you know what happens is after a point, you keep doing the same thing over and over, and you're really motivated. That's called a fool. Because if you have the same exact result at the end of each year and you're real motivated and the train is not going anywhere, you're running in place, right? And a lot of times this is what happens to people. They're making decent money and they're more frustrated than they've ever been. I came to real estate investing for that reason. It's not that I wasn't making money. I'd figured out how to sell a decent amount of real estate, make a decent buck, but I was running in place, right? And what a job is this, that a job is a place where you trade time. I came from a family of professionals. Everybody in my family either was a doctor or had a PhD, right? And it was interesting because somehow, if they had a PhD, they're like, oh, we have a PhD. Some people had 2 of them. I'm like, why don't you get another one? I mean, your dad, they goddamn smart, right? I mean, no, this is just, I was just curious about this because, well, no, it's not all about money. I'm like, well, but then why do you go to work? Well, we have to go to work. Well, why? If it's not all about money, give your money to me. I mean, this is my brain, right? I mean, if it's not all about money, I'm like, the problem is this. You can't be a nice guy and go to the doctor. Somewhere somebody has to come up with money, right? And somehow the way a lot of people look at it, somehow if you are a barista or you're driving Uber versus somehow if you're an engineer or a doctor, oh no, I'm an engineer or I'm a doctor, I'm better off. In what way? You trade your same 8 hours for a barista or for somebody who's at Uber, who's driving Uber. How is your goddamn profession any more noble than somebody who, because 99.9% of the times as long as I'm healthy, I don't need you. I need the barista every day. I'm being facetious, but you guys get my point is a lot of times we equate value in what a person does, right? You realize that if a doctor gets off their treadmill, their income goes to 0. Right? They'll go broke quicker than a teacher because a teacher has learned how to live in a not as much of a salary. Right? A doctor will have a higher burn rate, meaning they're spending money at a higher point. And what I mean by that is this, that if you're running on a treadmill, all a treadmill is this. When you're in high school or college, you're working somewhere, your treadmill says, McDonald's may say barista, I mean, they may say a Starbucks, may say Target, wherever you're working. Then it may go to something else. Then it may go one day to an engineer, to a doctor. But you realize all it is a treadmill with more buttons and gadgets, more responsibility, more stress, but the same 8 hours. Does that thought process make sense? Yes. Right? There is no difference because the day you stop, and here's why I say this. There's somebody from Mastery. This guy happens to be an orthopedic surgeon. And I had a very interesting call with him. This guy makes close to $900,000 a year, right? Significant amount of income, has a lot of debt paid off, no debt, no nothing, right? So it's not like he's not doing bad for himself, very conservative. And one day he calls me and it was an interesting conversation. He's like, how's Rahul doing? I'm like, I think he's doing pretty good. I mean, what happened, doc? He's like, I've been laid up with sciatica pain for the last 2 months. Now, an orthopedic surgeon, generally half the time, they're bending over patients while doing surgery. So lower back issues are a very common thing. You realize the hospital said, doc, if you can't get back to work in the next 2 weeks, we're going to find a new doctor, right? So a doctor's ass is getting fired. And what was an interesting conversation, he's like, man, I'll give up my income for a couple $100,000 in cash flow for the rest of my life. It wasn't about how much income he had. It was that he didn't have enough cash flow coming in on the side. Just something to think about, right? A lot of times what we think is we need to find a treadmill that pays us a lot. What you have to find is enough assets where someone else is doing the running. Because if what everybody wants is something like this, you need a bunch of other people that are running on the treadmills that you own. And there's no difference, be it single family properties, be it condos, be it multifamily, be it whatever, right? There is no difference. and this is my open challenge to anybody, that doesn't matter. It's basically based on simple things. How much do you own the property for? Meaning, what did you buy it for? What is your debt load on the property? And what is the net cash flow? I will put up a bunch of people from Mastery that have 10 houses with anybody that has a 100-unit building. Anybody. I promise you the 10 houses will beat the 100 units every time. They'll have more equity, they'll have more cash flow, and they'll have better DCRs, debt coverage ratio, which we'll talk about. It's not about the size of the building, it's always about the quality of the asset, right? It's not about the size. This is something important to understand. I have friends that have $800 million portfolios. $800 million. They don't make $300,000 net cash flow a year. 300, and you will see a bunch of examples of that here. And if you ask them, what do you have? Well, 30 houses, 40 houses, 50 houses, 100 houses. But they do not have, what they have is a big building. They're in the asset management business, meaning they are in the money management business. Does that make sense? A lot of times what people get confused, people talk to me all the time, man, why not multifamily? I'm like, dude, you have a big enough building, I'll buy it tomorrow at the right number though, right? We'll have maybe Luke on Sunday. Lori, check if Luke is available. So Luke happens to be somebody who has a bunch of 50 unit, 60 unit buildings per door, right? Watch this number, per door, he makes $300 to $350 per door. You do the math, you take a 60 unit building times 350. Try to find me in the marketplace anybody who has a building that'll match that. See, that is a great investment. Buying a property that makes 10 or 15,000, I mean 10 or 12 or 20, 30, 50 dollars, that is silly. That's not investing, that's just trading money. Just something to think about. What the goal is going to be is this. What are the missing pieces? What is the model? If you want to go from Zip to wherever, Hero, what are the exact pieces? Okay, so let's look at some numbers, right? And these are numbers important to understand. Now, I should have changed that number up a little bit, but here's something interesting that happened to me back in 2011, 2010 actually, when for the first time I went to a wealth manager, right? I wanted to figure out how to build wealth, financial manager, whatever you call it. Here's the answer he gave me. I went downtown. He's like, man, listen, if you invest at 6%, if you start at zero and put $1,000 aside, to get to $1 million, it's going to take you 30 years. If you start with 50,000, it's going to take you 26.5. If you start with 100,000, it's going to take you 23.5. So I went downtown for this. Now, imagine this, you're downtown at a big building overlooking the lake, fancy guy, you know, and I'm like, listen, man, I'm gonna punch you. I am going to punch you. And he's like, he was like taken aback. I'm like, dude, after I pay $40 in goddamn parking, drive all the way from the suburbs to downtown for you to tell me this shit I knew. I am coming to a wealth manager, tell me how to build wealth. This shit even I can figure it out, right? Oprah and Susie Orman tell me this shit on TV every day. Right? I mean, this is not brain science here, right? If I'm at a wealth manager, show me how to make wealth. So I'm like, listen, let me ask you this. You have maybe $4 or $5 million. He's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, dude, it's simple. You're a wealth manager. You better tell me that you have wealth to tell me that how I can make it. You can't figure out yourself. What the hell are you going to tell me? Right? I mean, it's just something interesting. So here's a basic rule. If you go to anybody that has, that talks about retirement and all this stuff, any wealth manager, they're going to tell you there's a rule of 4%. And the 4% rule says this, that if in your retirement account you have $100,000, the 4% rule means that you can basically take $4,000 from it each year and your 100,000 will never run out. You could live to be 120. right? You could retire. See, retirement is not a function of age. We think retirement is a function of age. Retirement is not a function of age. Retirement is a function of cash flow. Meaning, if tomorrow your spending is 8,000, every month you have 10,000 coming in, and your money grows with inflation, you can be retired tomorrow. You get that, right? Age has nothing to do with it. Do you have to be 60? Do you have to be 80? Do you have to be 50? Or do you have to be 40? So if we take that forward, to have $1 million in your retirement, if you had $1 million, you could take out 40%, 4%, which is $40,000. If you had 2 million, you could take out 80,000. So that math works the opposite way also, meaning to be able to retire on $80,000 a year without running out, what would you have to have? 2 million, right? But here's the interesting thing. And at the time, this was interesting because if there is inflation, today there's not if, it's how much, right? My point to him was this, because I'm like, man, listen, I agree with what you're saying, right? The problem is this money hedged against inflation? He's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, it's a simple question. English is my second language. Yours seems like it's your first language. Like, this is a simple question. Because here's the problem. At a 3% inflation rate in 20 years, $100 is worth what? At $1,000 is $550, and so on and so forth. So what that means is that 2 million today and 2 million 20 years from now are not the same 2 million buying power. You guys get this, right? So the other day, somebody, I'll talk about this later anyways. So what is wealth? If you look at wealth in America, right? Wealth in America, this number used to be 1.8 million. Today, it's about 2.1 million. Okay? If you look at the top household net worth, the number for the 1% bracket, that has gone up. Now that number today is about 8.5 million, right? And the reason why I say that, I don't say these numbers artificially, I say that because when every single person that comes up here over the next 2.5 days, what you should judge their results by is the wealth number, not how much they make. Because how much they make has nothing to do with it. What is important is, what is this number? Because this is the number that is real money. Right? Because tomorrow, a lot of times, I like to buy a lot of crazy stuff. Right? What people don't understand is, I have never spent one dime. When I say one dime, I mean one nickel since 2011 till today of any rental money I have ever made. Ever. If there's one discipline I've always had, all the stupidities I do of cars, planes, all the stupid stuff, it has always been with earned money. The more money I have in the play account, the more stupidity I can commit. It's that simple. And the more I can commit those stupidities, because there is each year, and somebody said something, probably was the wisest statement I've ever heard. They're like, listen, the day the pile of checks you cut for your investments is higher than the pile of checks you cut for you to live on, you know you have wealth. Think about that. The day the pile of checks that you cut each year in investing are higher than the pile of checks you cut for personal BS, that day you actually have money. Right? Something to think about. So here's kind of what you have to think about. If you want to get to 2 million, and this is for anybody, right? If you want to get to 2 million in savings, how does that happen? And this was my challenge. Because at the age of 32, I mean, I was exhausted of being positive. right? I was exhausted. And I'm like, man, how the hell am I going to get there? Because at 32, I should have something to show for this number that I want to get to. And I didn't want to wait till I was 70 to be able to get to a number where I would feel that I have something to show for it, right? So if you think about this, and a lot of times we think about this, and I want to put this in numbers. Let's just say if you're doing wholesales, right? If you're doing wholesales, an average wholesale for somebody who is newer is going to be somewhere around $14,000. About $3,500 is going to cost you to generate that lead. And then if you take it all the way out, you say, okay, $7,000 is my profit. I'm going to spend some of it because you got to be able to do something with it. And then I'm going to take $3,500 and I'm going to put it aside. So if you take your net profit and you put some of it aside each year, how long does it take you to get to your 2 million goal? Just something to think about. If you do that with flips, right, and you break down the same equation, how long does it take you to get to your 2 million? Because here's the difference, right? See, on an average, if you do that with rentals, you can get to an asset base of 2 million in rentals in 2.5 years or less. And I promise you that in today's market. I'm not talking about 5 years ago. I'm talking about in today's market. And this is if you're in, now we're in the Florida market, right? We're obviously in the Chicago market. This is duplicatable anywhere in America. The question becomes is, do you know how? And that's what the goal of the weekend is, right? So I'm going to skip this. Okay. What we're going to end up with by Sunday is going to be a basic concept of 100% recycle. And this is, which is, how do you buy a property? How do you buy it with someone else's dollars, meaning either private money or hard money? How do you fix it? How do you refinance it out, still have $400 to $500 net cash flow per door? And then how do you recycle that back and still have about 25 to 30% equity in every single property? That's going to be the goal, right? Because that is going to be wealth. Today, we'll talk about just wholesales. We'll talk about flips tomorrow. What we're trying to set this up for is, how do you truly stack properties? And how do you do it successfully? And how do you do it at a fast pace, right? So I'm going to kind of skip some of these slides. There's a slide. So this is kind of a practical property, right? I just want to quickly go through the numbers. There's a handout that was that you guys should have. So let's just take a minute to fill these numbers out. That way this will make sense, right? I gave the top end of the numbers, and then we'll give you the addresses on all these properties before the weekend is up. So you can look them up and you can kind of correlate that back. So these properties were purchased. Rehab miscellaneous is going to be your lender cost, your other cost, all-in cost, and then refi value on this. So this should be an individual handout that you should have in your hand. So the refi values on this is 185 on the first one, 220 on the second one. Hillside is going to be 210. Alsip is going to be 215. And Joliet is going to be 200. Cash out values. These are going to be the numbers of number of loans that was put on it. So the property is worth a lot more. What were the loans that we put on it? It's 120,000, 144,000, 127.5. For everybody that is at home, Lori, did you email everybody the? Oh, it is? Okay, all right. So it's in the chat, guys. 122.5 and 150. These are the net cash flows, meaning principal, interest, taxes, insurance, everything included. For somebody is wondering, well, what about managing the properties? First 20 properties, we always suggest to people manage those in-house. After the first 20, then you give it out. Give it out to whoever you want to give it out. The reason behind that is first 15 to 20, you have to learn how to do it. Once you're the expert, then you can give it out, right? Then you don't have to be the one who manages these in-house. You can give it out. What that means is this, that on this portfolio of 5 properties, so this is a portfolio which is set up for what we call 2-5-7, 2 years, 5 properties, get them all paid off in 7. And we'll get to that because I know the accountant types that are always like, well, Andrew, well, why would you want to pay it off? Right? This was an accountant I had early on. And he's like, well, you know, you have 16 properties. It is a really stupid idea to pay them off. I'm like, listen, you have 16 properties? No, then shut the hell up. Okay, please, don't tell me what stupid idea. I'm like, well, gee, I never thought about this shit, right? I'm like, listen, man, I have nothing to show for it. Now I'm trying to have something. So just to put debt on something because I can put debt on it is not a better idea. If I can invest it somewhere else and make more money, then it makes sense, right? I mean, otherwise, I would rather, I've never met one person that had 10 paid off properties that went broke. Never went to one, right? Because that's called, let the market collapse. I don't give a damn, right? I don't give a damn because the debt ratio I have on properties is less than 40%, right? It's okay. They're like, aren't you worried about the market? I'm like, no, I'll be happy. I pray. Give me a nice hard recession. Last time I didn't have any money. Now at least I have a few pennies. Trust me, I can buy a lot more now. Right? So it's not about the market. It's about what do you pay for properties. Even today, we're buying properties, today's market, at 40% of value. Are they difficult to come by? Sure, they're difficult, right? But that's what we're paying for these properties. So in these properties, with zero as far as out-of-pocket invested, what is the equity in the properties? About 300 some thousand. Monthly cash flow is $29.50, and what is the return, cash on cash return? It's infinite. If you look at a DCR number on it, which is DCR is debt coverage ratio. The debt coverage ratio on this is going to be somewhere around 2.2 or so. The minimum DCR ratios we want to hit, the minimum DCR ratios, right, is 1.33. That's the minimum DCR ratio, and we'll explain that tomorrow evening when we do the session. That'll be an important session because we'll pull up all the calculators that we use, and that'll be really, really important. So if you have properties that you own or thinking about buying, just get them handy. You don't have to share it with us, and just run the numbers as we run them here in front of you, right? You run your numbers. And it'll be a great session because you will get to see how and why we're putting these numbers there, right? What are we buying properties for? And we'll show you the properties that we're buying today that other people within the audience are buying and how do they compare, right? Because my point is not that one property is good or bad. My point is that even in today's market, it is possible to buy properties at numbers which will make your head spin. Right? Because we all have a reality. Your reality may be buying properties on the multiple listing service, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with it. But what I want you to think about is there are other places that are better quality properties that exist, right? That have much better numbers than the numbers that you may be paying. That's the whole point behind that. So we'll talk about these numbers for the purchase. This is something we'll go through it, that what should you expect on a flip number, right? To me, this is just me, that today's market, if you're not going to make minimum $40,000, $45,000 on a flip, it's not worth doing. It is just not worth doing it. And I'm talking about back-end value less than $250,000, $300,000. I mean, I don't know where you're going to find a property today where the back-end value today is less than $250,000 or $300,000. I mean, it's just ridiculous what the market is, right? I mean, it is just damn near ridiculous. But if you're not going to make, I mean, and I mean this sincerely, guys, from the bottom, I'm not trying to be funny. Literally, if you take the amount of time most people spend doing a flip and you drive Uber, I promise you, you'll make more money. I promise you this shit. Right? And I mean it because I see people all the time. They're like, well, Andrew, I'm telling you, ma'am. Actually, do me a favor. Actually, that's a great thing, right? Let's do this in the evening, right? If you write these questions down, let's address them then, because it'll kind of mess up the continuity, but it's a great thing. Yeah, I think let's do that. We'll go through it. It'll be a fun, because I bet you if you have that same question, there's a bunch of people thinking the same thing, right? So that makes sense. But the reason I'm saying 45,000 is, guys, there's a lot of people that are jumping in the flipping market. There's a lot of people, right? And especially people, if they go to an event like this, right? Oh, you should flip, you're going to be rich. Go to those seminars and sell them this shit. I mean, I'm all for it. Go to the seminars, watch them get all hyped up and sell them shit that you're never going to buy. Because people will pay for it. Why? Because they're all hyped up, right? And then guess what's going to happen? They're going to go through a spin cycle and they're going to lose their butt. But don't buy it's better today to just wholesale these stupid properties and make more money than you will on a flip, right? Because there's so much exuberance in the market that you can just wholesale a lot of these properties and people are being crazy because they're getting away with it. Just something to think about. So for me, the first process, and I'll walk you guys through it because this is important to understand. It literally started, there was a townhouse I used to live in, 1821 Gulfview Drive in Bartlett. I borrowed a $20,000 home equity loan on this townhouse. I still own it. I still own it till today. And literally that is where I started this whole journey. And I say that to say this, that it is possible to start with a small amount of money. And all I was doing first year, I had a friend of mine, he invested another 20,000. The first property I ever flipped was, if you guys, any of you are from Chicago area, which a lot of you guys are, right? In Hoffman Estates, parcel C, there was a property which was 507 Morton. I'll never forget this address, right? The first property, I will never forget the stupid address, right? I literally made $20,000 on this ugly ranch, right? And that was kind of start in 2008. And literally all I was doing was I was taking the profits from that, and then I split the profits, did two properties at the same time. 12,000 on one, 37,000 approximately, right? And I was just growing that. Year one, I did about 10 properties like that. And my deal with Freddie was that, hey, whatever profit we make, we split 50-50. This was my deal. He didn't do any work. He was my moral support because he was a successful business guy, and I needed his moral support. A lot of times we need that when you're starting out because you don't know what the hell to do, right? And God bless Freddie, he went along for the ride. He worked out pretty well for him financially, but this was literally the start. And at the end of the year, I made 298,000 from the flips. The problem was I had to divide it by 2. And I was a real estate agent. Of course, I give up real estate, selling real estate. As well, why am I going to work for 4 or 5%, man, when I can have the 95%? I bought into that whole bullshit, right? I did. Not knowing that, hey, man, I had figured out a career. Keep doing this, do this stupid thing on the side, right? But of course, at the time, I didn't know that. Next year, I'm like, I didn't know, right? Coming from that mentality of work harder. So I'm like, I'm going to do 30. So I did 30. That made about 570,000. The year later, I still didn't learn. Year later, it made about a 1.1 million in flips. Here's the reality that is not told to you. You realize that all these 3 years I was living without a goddamn paycheck? All my friends are like, oh yeah, man, you're killing it. I'm like, yeah, I'm not killing anything. I'm killing myself. I mean, literally, I am killing. I could not even figure out which key went to which stupid property. Every day, I used to go to Menards every day. I would put that stupid credit card in and print the receipts. Every day, try to keep track of the numbers. Here's what people don't tell you is this is what happened at the end of it. That $20,000 loan, there was about $100,000 credit card debt on pro account I had created. There was $200,000 in IRS taxes I hadn't paid, because of course, as a real estate investor, who files taxes? I mean, this is the truth, right? There was 3 years worth of income that I let go. And when I was my actual net profit was less than $200,000. See, when people tell you, oh, I make $1 million, okay, show me. Show me your HUDs, let me look at them. And then we'll talk. Because the reality is very different. I paid a lot of taxes, so it's not like I didn't make money. But to get to that, the price that I paid was terrible. Right? And there's a different way. Now, if you look at it, I was this guy. In Texas, they say, big hat and no cattle. I had a pretty big hat, and I had no cattle, meaning I had no assets. Right? And the reason I say is for this, that I was running on a treadmill, and extreme stress. Right? The other thing was this, and this is where the numbers hit. I had done 100 flips, 66 of which I made less than $14,000 per flip. The rest of them, 34, I made over $1.5 million. So should I have done those 66 flips? Could I have maybe picked out some better properties to flip? The issue wasn't how hard I worked. The issue was most of the times I was being completely dumb. Because nobody told me, hey, the ones that you walk away from are way more important than the ones that you do. And this is important to understand. The ones that you walk away from are more important than the ones that you do. Right? And here's something interesting that happened. If you look at 2011, this is the first time when the whole thing started changing. Right? I started doing some wholesales on the side. Flip numbers went up because I reduced the number of flips, so it became more profitable. Right? And then we started accumulating rentals for the first time. This is when kind of Rahul came into the picture, and I'm like, hey man, if you can refinance it, I will basically buy the property, rehab it, you refinance the back end, and we'll just split 50-50. There was a complete reversal. And this is what I want you to think about is, so 2011, 2014 was this. 15,000 is net a month, okay? So if you look at this, those figures are zero for the first 2 years. For the first 3 years, actually. If you look at the cash flow and the equity, by 2016, the cash flow, but now this is between two people, mind you. This is not just my cash flow, right? Half of it was Rahul's, half of it was mine. But before this, in my life, nobody was ever paying me $150,000, $170,000 in net cash flow. Now, if we fast forward that number, starting with that first loan, and I still have the stupid loan, right? My Chase guy at private banking, he's like, dude, you know you still have this loan. I'm like, I'm never paying this bloody bastard off. That's one loan. It always, whenever, I'm like, I always feel great, right? I'm never paying that one off, because it reminds me that because a lot of times the problems I have today, I would have been very thankful for those problems at that time. And what's interesting is this. If you look at the rental income today, this is net income. This is not gross income. Now, mind you, I have to half it because only half of it is mine. Right? Not 100% is mine. But I don't think you're going to meet too many people that can show you that kind of net rental income. Not gross what they made doing flips. That doesn't count. Net rental income from small little single family properties, right? And duplexes and triplexes. That is something you can hang your hat on because that is something gets passed down for generations. right? And that you cannot get to by doing flips or by doing anything else, right? So I want to quickly go through this because I'm running a little bit behind. So there's a basic concept. I borrowed this. This is not my concept. This comes from a book called Millionaire Next Door. And that is UAW, PAW, and AAW. And UAW stands for under accumulator of wealth, PAW stands for a prodigious accumulator of wealth, and AAW is average accumulator of wealth. So UAW is under accumulator of wealth, PAW is prodigious, meaning a lot accumulator of wealth, and AAW is average accumulator of wealth. I can't stand that damn book because all it talks about is being cheap. And I'm Indian by heritage, so it comes in built, but I don't want to be cheap in terms of where I want to get to, right? But there's an interesting concept, and that's which I want to just quickly run through. So page 11 should be this sheet, and this is something to think about. So there are three things that count, which is number one, what is your income today and what is your age? Based on your income and your age, that determines what your net worth should be. Are you an under accumulator, average, or a prodigious accumulator of wealth, right? And this is the formula for that. You take your age, your income, and you divide it by 0.05 to be under, 0.1 to be average, and 0.2 to be a PAW. And at one time in my life, I was very easily impressed. If somebody had a nice car, I thought that was wealth. If somebody had a big house, I thought that was wealth, right? See, here's the deal. Most people measure their wealth in the size of the house they live in. We measure our wealth in the number of houses other people live in that we own. Right? If there's a basic philosophy in life, it was the funniest thing. My parents were here a couple of years ago, and my dad took me to a friend of his. He's like, well, he's a doctor. He has a good house. We go to Naperville, 6,000, 7,000 square foot house. I'm like, well, he's a doctor. Let me show you something fun. I own 100 of those bloody bastards. All of them are only 1,000 square foot. The difference is this: him being a doctor, he has to run on a treadmill to pay for that stupid house. I got 100 people who go to work in 100 different houses that run on my treadmill, so I could buy 10 of those houses and they would still have to keep going to work. Either you're going to work or some other bastard is going to work. Somebody's going to work. I mean, that's just how life is. Right? Somebody's ass is working. Either it's yours or it's somebody else's. Somebody once, one day, said, Andrew, but I make $200,000. I'm like, good for you. Great. Fantastic. I'm like, listen, this is a question. Would you rather take $200,000 in earned income, or would you rather take $60,000 in cash flow? Me, I would rather take $60,000 in cash flow. Because your earned income, you have to trade your time. If I have $60,000 coming in already, I can duplicate that. I can go to 120. I can go to 180. I can match your income in 2 years flat out. Flat out, I can match your income. But you can't go from 200 to 400 in 99.9% of the cases. Does that thought process make sense? It's a little bit different way of looking at life. So here's the numbers for this. That if you make 60,000 and you're 30, your net worth is going to be about 360 and you're pretty good. But if you're 60 years old and you make 60, then your net worth needs to be a lot higher because you're getting older. You're getting mature. But if you make 100,000, then your net worth needs to be heck of a lot higher. And this is an important concept to understand. Here's an interesting picture that I saw one time. There is no better description of this. Poor people worship money, rich people run after money, wealthy people understand how to make money work for them. Right? This is the best illustration I've ever seen. Because if you're constantly chasing money, and we have all been in this place, I've experienced that one, I like the wealthy one better. Because at least today, I don't have to think about the basics. Right? My most exciting time is when I get a new set of goddamn tires. Like, this is the most exciting thing ever for me. Right? I'm telling you this because if you've ever had to borrow money to do a brake change from the lady that works at the office at Remax, right? And you couldn't pay her back and you hide your face, you appreciate when your credit card actually goes through. I understand it because I've experienced it, right? It's not the big things. It's the small things that make a difference. Because the other day, he's like, man, you need tires. I'm like, dude, I'll buy the most expensive ones. He's like, dude, what is wrong with you? I'm like, because my credit card will go through now. I'm like, dude, you realize the joy of this bloody thing? That it will go through. He's like, but you only need 2. I'm like, no, I want 4. And I'm telling you this, it's the one thing. There are certain things that stick in your life because you've been in a position where it was a very bad experience and you felt ashamed of the person you were. But when that happens, it's not a big thing. Right? It's only a set of goddamn tires. But when an incident happened at one time, right, it sticks with you because what you realize is that that's not a decision, right? Whether the tires cost $1,500 or $3,000, does it really make any difference? Money, people say, money is not everything. I'm like, try living one day without it. Then let me know. Because if your child needs health care, trust me, the person who has a lot of bloody money gets better care than your child. That's all I got to say. The person who has the most amount of money will get better care for the simple. And it's like, well, it's not fair. Well, no shit. It's not been fair since the time of Jesus till today. It ain't going to be fair. Right? That's just how the world works. Because and a lot of times people relate this whole crazy thing, well, it doesn't make you happy. Who said that? There is a lot of crazy people who have a lot of money. But then they can at least get the best care. All money does is bring out either the worst or the best in you. That's all it does. Right? It doesn't, if you're an ass, you're going to be a bigger ass with money. If you're a nice person, you're going to be a nicer person with money. Right? That's just how it works. Anyways, I'm going to skip this for now. We'll come back to this. Mr. Jana, you're here. Come up for a second. Is Pablo here? And Aderonke? Where's Aderonke? Oh, there she is. I didn't see you with the mask. And I was like, who's this lady? And until I was like, damn. I'm like, I've never seen Miss Aderonke without a mask, right? So have a seat, guys. Hold on, let me pull this here a little bit. So, Miss Aderonke, let me get that for you. Here we go. Okay, so besides Pablo, you guys are new. So we'll start, how about Jana with you? So you're kind of new to us. Is that working? Okay, so you got to just move it up, then it'll work. Okay, so you're new to us and you're new to this whole type of thinking.
Of course.
Right? What do you do for a living now?
I'm Indian, so I got to do something with computers. So I work multiple full-time jobs,
Okay.
and I operate 3 businesses, including real estate that I'm doing now.
Okay. So now you do real estate also.
Real estate is my primary now.
Now real estate is your primary. Okay. What is your background? Your background is an engineer, or what is your background?
I did mechanical engineering, and then I did my master's in information technology
Okay.
in California, and then started working on computer jobs. Was lucky with COVID, so I could pull off multiple jobs working from home. So I worked 3 full-time jobs, and then started buying some properties. Wasn't doing the right way. Joined Mastery last August,
Okay.
and since then it's a blessing. It's going great.
Okay. So you were successful in your own right, right?
I was.
Right. You had the Bentley, you had the whole thing.
Right.
Before you show up here, right?
I showed up to get the Rolls Royce.
To get the Rolls Royce, right? But anyways, I mean, no, I mean, he's one of those people. I mean, if you see somebody running on a treadmill as hard as they can go, and on 3 of them at the same time.
I own the treadmill.
Yeah. But which is a different type of thinking, because you had things figured out, right? It's not like you didn't have things figured out. Here I am, and this is about 6 months ago, right? Where you're sitting in the audience, and we're talking about all this crazy stuff. Someone like you that had already done decent, you were a typical busy professional, done well for himself. Why would you get talked into all this craziness?
The learning curve is very short.
Okay.
The 3 months of the courses that I attended, it was a whole new perception of how I could use my capital, right? I went from literally minimal properties and not doing it the right way to literally now I'm growing by the week.
Right. How many properties do you have today?
Cumulatively, me and my partner, we have 20 rentals.
20 rentals in 6 months.
In 6 months.
In 6 months.
And the majority is after, I partnered with Rigger.
Okay. And these you are doing in partnership. You're not all of them are yours. You and Rigo are partnering up on these?
Yeah, on everything. He lets me into every deal.
Okay. So you're an intelligent, smart guy. Why would you partner? Why not just do it yourself?
Time.
Okay.
Return of time. I'd rather do my 3 other jobs that I mentioned. I run multiple e-commerce stores. 7-figure stores. I wouldn't have time to go do all the rehab, but I wanted somebody who brings immense value, and I was hunting for this person. Once I found him, this only started like literally 60 days back, right?
And you guys are buying, every week you guys are buying properties?
I just got one. I was on the phone here. I got something in Chambord.
Okay. So what was your motivation? Right? Because there had to be some motivation other than, man, I just want to make money. Because you had figured out how to work and make money. What was your motivation to start thinking this way?
Primarily, it's cash flow and freedom.
Okay.
The first option that I meant, the 3 jobs, even if I do 6 jobs, I should be doing it for the rest of my life, right? I operate some e-commerce stores. That helps. But that's not going to get me rich. That's not going to get me a Rolls Royce.
Right.
So started off with real estate. It was just a spark that I wanted, right? The spark literally set off like a forest fire, right? Now it gave me so much confidence that I started realizing this is where I should be investing my time. But can I scale up with the time that I had? Probably not. So I was really in need of a partner, and I found a partner, and then I started scaling up.
Got it. Okay. So your perspective compared to a lot of other people was a little different, right? You kind of come from the other extreme of the end. And now you're like, so with these online stores that you run, right? It's fascinating. You get stuff from China, wherever you get it from, right? And is this online? Does that mean Amazon? What does that mean?
I got 2 Amazon stores, 2 eBay, 1 Etsy, and 1 Walmart store.
Okay, whatever that means. I don't know what that means exactly. Right, okay, whatever that, but I mean, those have worked out for you.
It has been working great, but again, the confidence level in how much cash flow I could make in the future is purely dependent on these stores and not me.
Okay.
But real estate, I do it for me, and I decide what I wanted to do. There is no Jeff Bezos for real estate, right?
Got it. So, okay, got it. Mr. Rankin. Okay,
Hello.
how are you? So you're rather new to this whole thing also.
Yes, I joined the mastery last July.
Last July. Okay, got it. And you just got your first property done, or?
I've completed one, I'm working on one, and I have another one I'm working on.
Okay, got it. So let's walk through, what did you do previously?
I'm a registered nurse.
You're a registered nurse.
Yes.
Right? Nursing not treating you so well, what's going on?
Nursing is great. Nursing is great.
Okay, you still like nursing? You're a full-time nurse right now?
I'm not a full-time nurse right now. I was going through a divorce. And so I wanted to, I'm used to living with two incomes. So with losing one income, I thought I would get into real estate investing.
Okay.
And so that's what kind of got me into it.
Got it. Any experiments before on real estate before you showed up here?
Yes, I did a flip before I came to the mastery. I did a flip.
You did a flip before.
Yes.
How did that work out?
It worked out well. It was a lot of trial and error. I realized afterwards that I had a lot to learn. So I came seeking information, knowledge.
Okay. And when you showed up, first property that you did was a condo?
It was a single family home on the south side of Chicago.
Okay.
Yes.
And that was the first one in Mastery, or that was?
That was prior to Mastery.
Prior to Mastery. So in Mastery, where did you borrow the money from?
In Mastery, I got a private money loan for
Private
my first
money loan.
property.
Okay. So how did you do your first property? Did you do that with a hard money lender? How did you come up with the money?
I did a hard money loan for my first one.
Okay. And then why did you prefer to go to a private money rather than a hard money?
Well, so with a hard money loan, you have to have skin in the game. So you start off with your own money, and then you go through a draw process with your lender. But you have to have enough cash to start the project on your own. So that's...
Okay, so you show up around us, right? When you're at the 3-day, all the crazy concepts I'm trying to get across, did they make sense to you?
Absolutely.
They make sense. Okay, got it. What was the ultimate goal for you? I mean, what is it that you're trying to get to?
My ultimate goal is to build wealth.
Okay, and what does that mean in terms of properties for you to start with?
So to start, for me, I need to build capital first. So I'm starting off doing flips.
Okay.
And then I want to get into buy and hold, long-term rentals.
Long-term rentals, okay. So the first property that you bought, what did you pay for that one?
The first one prior to Mastery?
No, in Mastery.
In Mastery, it was $105,000.
105. And
Yes.
how much rehab?
$20,000.
20,000. You do the rehab or you hired somebody?
I GC'd the rehab, but I didn't do the hand.
Okay, so you just GC'd it. You're
Yes.
overseeing the property. And then what was the back end value on it?
The back end value is $160,000.
160,000.
Yes.
Okay, so not a big property, small little property.
Small
right?
condo.
Small condo. Okay. And were you happy with that at the end of it, or what was your expectation?
So I was happy with the way the work turned out. With the condominium, it sat on the market a little bit longer than I anticipated after the work was done.
Got it. And what was the net?
The net.
Profit.
So it's rented right now.
Oh, you rented it.
I
Okay.
rented it.
Okay. And what kind of rents are you getting?
$1,375.
Okay. What do your numbers work out?
So I'm still in the process of refinancing it, but I expect the net profit to be about $250 a month for that one.
Okay, so 250.
It's
a little bit.
650 square foot condominium.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
That's it.
So by our standards, that's going to be on the lower side for
That's
sure.
very low,
Okay,
yes.
got it. What about your second property?
My second property is on the south side of Chicago. It's going to be a flip.
It's going to be a flip.
Yes.
Okay, got it. And what are the numbers like?
So I purchased this one for $132,000. The back end value is $265,000.
Okay. And how much work in terms of rehab?
I put $50,000 into it.
50 into it. So
Yes.
what would and that one is also private money?
No, that's
Okay.
a hard money loan.
That's a hard money loan.
Yes.
Okay. So you borrowed a hard money loan on that one. And what would the net profit be after everything's said and done?
The net profit, so I do have a partner on this one, so I'm looking for my portion to be around $30,000.
Around 30,000.
Yes.
Okay, got it. So now that you've kind of at least been through some of the process and you have a third one working, for somebody new, right? Because this is, when we really start jumping into the information, it gets to be a lot of information, right? For people to take in, right? Did you from the beginning believe, oh my God, this is going to work for me? What was the process like more than anything?
So the process, you have to have the mindset that you're going to keep going no matter what, because your first project may not go that great. Your second project may not go that great, but just know that your failure is your success. And if you have a few losses, just keep going, keep going, keep going. So the process, that's my process, to keep going.
Yeah, but you didn't have any losses, right? Because we don't want the losses, right?
No.
That's not the goal here.
No.
But it's a process, right? I mean, and you're rather new to this whole process. You've been around for what, 6 months now?
Roughly, yep.
Yeah, about 6 months,
yeah.
okay? But now you're going to be on your deal number 3.
I've just closed on a house on Valentine's Day.
Okay, is that good? Is that good in 6 months, right?
my third
That's pretty damn good. That's pretty damn good. So, Jana, what is the goal for you, man? I mean, what are you trying to exactly get to?
I want to replace my full-time jobs with
Okay.
my real estate cash flow incomes from my hold properties, right, from my rental.
Okay.
I don't have a defined number yet, and that's only because I'm stretching myself too much on the other side, on my other 3 jobs. So the goal is ultimately to have, is too much to say, like 50,000 a month?
A month minimum.
Yeah.
No, 50,000 is not a lot of money,
Okay.
right? 50,000 a month from cash flow we're talking
Yes,
about.
only cash
right?
flow.
Only cash flow, right? That's not a lot of money to think about, because that's, I mean, it's Pablo needs a little bit more than that. But what I mean by that is that it's something that is doable,
Right.
right? I mean, there
Absolutely,
are people
yeah.
today in Mass Street that are doing that,
Yep.
right? So it's not like that's not doable, and that's doable without taking any risk.
Right.
Right. So because you have rather prodigious spending habits,
I do.
right? I mean, you like the fancy stuff. So you like to spend a lot of money,
My
right?
cost of living is high.
Your cost of living is very high, right? I mean, and it is what it is. So Pablo, your cost of living now has gotten pretty high also, right? Somewhat, right? But take me back. Where did this start? This wasn't always Pablo dressed in a nice suit, making videos. Take me back. Where did it start?
Oh, take you back to when I started math.
No. Before that.
I mean, I'll take you guys way back, but I don't think we have time for that. But I mean, really, I come from a very impoverished neighborhood, which is called Pilsen in Chicago. Back in 1995, 1996, 97, 98, I was a bad boy. I didn't have the family structure that a kid needed to grow in a bad environment. So I was just basically out on the streets. My dad was working as a janitor. My mom was working at a chocolate factory. They didn't have time for me. So I did whatever I wanted to do, hung out with the bad guys, bad friends, did very bad things, made mistakes in my life. But thankfully, I got through all that. Later on in my 20s, I decided to start investing in real estate. I started investing in real estate at 23, 24. I bought 2 properties in Berwyn. I bought them very high at the peak of the market instead of buying them low. So those 2 properties I lost through foreclosure because I didn't know what I was doing. So little by little, I ended up meeting my wife, Gina, who's now a licensed attorney. At that time, we were 26, 27. So her and I were helping each other out. She brought the idea where you should take your real estate license class so you can get a real estate license. So I did, but I failed three different times, and finally I got my license after study. Yeah, I was a hard-headed guy. I wasn't very educated at that time. And you know what? I'm not a book smart person, but I tell everybody I'm a street smart guy. Not saying that I do bad things, but you learn a lot of things out on the streets and dealing with a lot of problems where you know how to handle yourself now when you're a grown man, right? So that is why I kind of ended up getting my real estate license. I ended up helping people buy properties for the first time, helping people sell their house and whatnot. But I felt myself being in a treadmill, kind of like what Andrew says. If I stopped working...
Hold on. This is funny, right? Because a lot of times, and I mean this sincerely, this is not a knock, right? This is just I'll take his example, like Indian people, right? We come to America, it's like Asians, same thing. We know spend money. We invest money, right? This is a cultural thing, right? Hispanic people, they come to America, they work their butt off, and guess what they do? They buy the baddest car they can buy. No, it's just what it is. Indians, there are three choices: Hyundai, Toyota, and a Honda. Right? If they think they're super rich, then they go, oh, we got a Lexus, or we got to reach ultimate, we got a Mercedes in America, right? This is just, it's a cultural thing. It's not right or wrong. It's just understand what the cultural thing is, right? But they'll still ask for a discount, right? When they get their tires. This is just what it is, I mean, it has nothing to do with whether they have money or not. Latino people, they have a big heart, right? They'll have this much, they'll give you this much. It's just how it is, right? It's a culture, right? And Pablo prescribes to that very, very well. So he shows up at the 3-day, him and Gina, and mind you, Gina runs a law firm. They're doing well, right? They have attorneys on payroll. They're spending $300,000-$400,000 on radio, right? So these are not people that are not doing well, but they're making this much and spending this much. Right? I mean, this was the deal. It wasn't that they were not doing well. They were doing extremely well for themselves.
Well, we didn't know what we didn't know, So, I mean, she was successful. I was selling real estate, making good money. We like to buy fancy cars, buy nice things, buy expensive watches, buy expensive shoes. But, at the end of the day, we realized that, man, we don't have anything. We worked so hard. We spent all our money. We got a next check coming up, whatever. We're gonna make payroll and everything else. But we really realized that we don't have, pardon my French, but we don't have, and it wasn't, it was a waker upper for us. And that's when we decided, you know what? We got to figure out a way to buy real estate and make money through that. We were already in the real estate industry. We just didn't know what we didn't know. I didn't know that there was private money lenders. I didn't know that there was hard money lenders. I didn't know that there could be a net every month on a rental income property, $500 or better. I didn't know any of this stuff. So growing up, I never associated with people that were doing better than me. I always associated with people that were worse off than me. And I realized that, and now I just hang around with people that are doing something better for themselves. So it is all about your mentality, what you want to do in life. You got to focus, and if that's what you want to do, you got to go for it. And believe me, you're going to fall, like she said. You just got to pick yourself up, learn from that mistake, and don't keep making that mistake again. Learn from your mistakes. Because a lot of us get scared that, oh, you know what, I failed, I'm not going to do it again, and you run away. That's when you need to put your thinking cap on, learn what you did wrong, and do it right the next time.
So today, now it's been 3.5 years.
Yeah.
Right? So these two guys are newer in the process. 3.5 years today, right? How many flips have you done?
I really haven't focused on flips. I would say about 3.
3,
but,
okay.
But my thing, I came into to this program thinking that I want to buy as many rental units and rent them out and live off of that cash flow.
How many rentals do you guys have now?
Right now, I think we're about 40.
40 rentals, like 3 years, right? Is that good? Is that good? Right? Now, the only thing for me with him and Gina is, guys, you can't spend that rental income.
We
right?
don't.
Oh, you guys don't?
No, we don't.
Okay, all right. Because, I mean, with people like them, they like stuff, right? I mean, they just like stuff, It's like, oh, let's go get a Range Rover. Let's go get something else. Let's go. And
Airplane.
It's like, right, now, yeah, hold on. You don't have enough properties yet, right? You need a few
I'm going to get there, though. I'm going to get there.
No, but the point being is they're on this journey, right? And they're ramping up at a really, 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 really fast pace. But they have to be able to buy the properties, wait for 2-3 years, build those reserves, and then guess what? They're done for the rest of their lives, right? Because the 40 properties that they have, you realize that's $20,000 a month in net cash flow income. Think about that, net, right? you do 20 times 12, that's almost $250,000 just from rental properties. Stupid, small little rental properties that are not very fancy, right? B and C suburbs, right? Nothing very fancy. And that is something that is doable. Anything else you have to add?
No, just basically, guys, this works. I was here about 3 years ago. I didn't do anything for my first 6 months. So I lost 6 months out of those 3 years. I hope you guys don't do that as well. Just jump in, give it your all, believe in yourself, and know that you could do it. If I'm doing it, you guys could do it, believe me.
Guys, for the two of you guys, congratulations, genuinely, from
The 6 months, the past 6 months has changed my perspective on, how I could generate cash flow, right? You and Rahul take all the credit because, like I mentioned before, I was buying properties, but I wasn't doing the right way, right? I wasn't focusing on the numbers that you're teaching. Just took the course. It made so much difference. I almost felt like I wanted to sell off all the properties that I purchased before the mastery class. Right. So all the credit goes to you. And you see all my Facebook posts recently. Partnering with Rigo, it's made a lot of change. We are scaling up where we can't keep up with the amount of properties that we've been buying recently.
Right. So, in your case, you're doing loans, right?
Yeah.
You're doing properties and partnerships,
Yeah.
right? You don't have the time end of it.
Yep.
So then you're basically giving out your resources on the other side of it.
That's correct.
Right? So that you benefit in a different way.
That's
right. So
exactly.
it doesn't have to be always starting out where, say, Pablo started out, Mr. Ronca started out, right? Everybody's going to have a little bit different path in terms of how you look at this, right? And today we're kind of very blessed that we get so many people come to Mastery, to this whole thing, where they're like, hey, we have 2, 3, 4 million, we just don't have the time, right? And it's a very fortunate position to be in. But on the other side of it, there are other people who can borrow the funds, pay out a very good interest rate, and yet both people get to grow as a part of it, right? It's not just a one-way street. So thank you very much, guys. I appreciate it. And
how are we doing so far? Good? Good stuff? Smart decision to come this weekend, right? Okay, couple things. If you heard me announce at the start of the day, you do want lunch. If you are VIP, you signed up as VIP, it's already included. But if you've decided you want the opportunity to sit down with some of these people like Pablo and Adirondack, and I knew I was gonna do that, not Adirondack. If you would like to sit down with them and others like them and be able to pick their brains, you can go see Harry out in the hallway and he will get you signed up for the VIP to have lunches. There's only a few of those spots left, so you want to go see him. Additionally, you heard Andrew mention at the start of this that we encourage you guys to look up some of the addresses that are thrown out at you, because we want you to be able to see, like he was saying, what the buy price was, what the back end value of it is. If it was listed as a rental property, it will show you what it was listed as a rental property for. So it gives you the opportunity to see what some of these people are doing and how they're doing it and what is possible. If you would like to do that digging even deeper with Google, out in the hallway, you're going to see a series of, I don't know how many banners it is now, like 10 or 12 banners. We, of course, supply chain issues, had another 16 banners for more current students that did not come in. But out in the hallway are pictures and addresses and names of all these people. Go take down some of those addresses, put them in Google, and look up what the history of that property is. See how long they had it, at what price they bought it, if it's a rental, if they sold it, so that you can start to get a taste of what is possible from this weekend. Sounds good? All right, so we are quite behind. This is going to be a quick potty break only, which means 10 minutes right back here, butts in the seats, so we can get started again, because we don't want to have to cut out any of the content and skip over stuff too much. So 10 minutes, we'll be back here in the room. at 11:25. All right? See you guys in a few minutes. Oh, and also, forgot, really important. If you're watching on YouTube right now, it's being live streamed, and you want to go ahead and see the rest of the weekend, if you go to 3dayconference.com, and that's 3, the number 3, not spelled out 3dayconference.com. All together, all one word, no spaces, no periods, anything like that. You can log in and sign up to see the rest of the feed. It's going to continue on YouTube Live until lunchtime, and then that live feed is going to disappear. So don't miss out your opportunity. See you guys in 10 minutes. everybody, if you can make your way back to your seats so we can get going again. One really quick announcement that I neglected to make when we started, and that is, I know a lot of this is very exciting, and the natural inclination is to turn to the person that you came with or whoever that might be that you're sitting next to and go, wow, isn't that fantastic? Holy crap, that's great. Can you believe how many properties that person has? Save that for the breaks, though, because that kind of chatter back and forth can be very distracting to the people around you, people in front of you, people in back of you. And Andrew has that kind of squirrel thing. Like if he hears someone talking or gets excited, he gets distracted too. And we don't want that to happen, right? So everybody on board with that? Yes? No chatting, no talking? Very good. And also a quick reminder, all of you at home who are watching, we can see you up here on the screen, which is great. Please share your video cameras, but also be aware that you are up here on the screen. So be conscientious about what you're doing when the video camera is on, please. So that being said, it's 11:30 right now. Lunch we're gonna shoot for probably around 1, a little bit after. And again, if you do want the VIP lunch, go out into the hallway and see Harry. So, ready for some more? One more time. Mr. Andrew Holmes, here we go.
So there is a handout that we gave you, and it's all about asset protection. But there's a little child that's can't be without her dad, but we had asked him to be here, and it happens to be Mr. Tim. So Tim, come on up. I know he's been trying to manage the baby. He's not trying to be rude or anything. It's just sometimes, so I want him to kind of free him up. That way I don't tie him down with the baby. So, but Tim is somebody who's kind of new. And I think it's Miss Christine here somewhere. I haven't seen her. And so I want to kind of get his perspective because he's kind of new to this whole thing. But since he's new, he has a little bit different perspective. So how are you, man?
I'm good.
You're doing good?
Yes.
All right.
Say hi.
So how old is she?
A year and 2 months.
Oh, a year and 2 months. Okay. All right. So Tim, you're rather new to us, right?
Yes.
You came to the last 3-day event,
Correct.
right? You were. You've kind of done this your way. Hey, how are you? You've done this your way, right, before. Right. What was the reason for kind of showing up around us? Because somebody else, let's not get into who, told you to do it a little bit differently. What made sense here?
For one, the resources, right? You were very transparent. The whole crew was very transparent on what actually was going to transpire. And I was given the opportunity to just kind of watch, right? And see, because I, like most people that sit out here, were like skeptical. Like, this isn't real. I'm doing this, they're talking, but it's not, it can't go like that. So, can I tell my story?
Yeah, sure.
All right, let me go and go with it. I've been in mastery now since November. Pablo, Gina, yourself, Andrew, Raul. Okay, I'm sorry about that. Raul, everybody has been phenomenal. My private money lender, Sanjay, I don't think he's here. Tina's helping me with another project that I have going. But now I've just been in, like I said, since November. I've already closed on the property. I'm getting it done now. Private money. Transaction is exactly what you're going to hear later. No gimmicks, no games. Everything is real. And I'm scheduled to close on 2 more properties before the end of this month.
So let's kind of get into a little bit of the details, right? Meaning, so this was...
She likes to clap, and I'm sorry, we're working on that at home.
So,
Okay.
right? So it was interesting because you have done real estate before, right? And you had done it a little bit differently. Let's just leave it at that, right? What was the challenge you were having? I mean, let's talk about that.
I wasn't able to build my wealth, right?
Okay.
All the money that I made, all the proceeds that I made when I was making the transaction was being exhausted in the next transaction. So I was not able to see any profits. And that was hard for me, even though I was excited about doing the flips, it was phenomenal. I saw the long game. I saw this game as the rentals being where the money's at.
So you had done flips before, right?
Correct.
And were you doing big flips before?
Yes, I was doing big flips. Single family homes, full gut, everything.
And this is something that, as we get into it, I'm 100% big flips, 100%. Not because you can't do them, it's just because it's a lot of work, right? To me, you should be doing less work to make more money, not taking on more work, right? And you will get to kind of that. Now, you got an interesting call from me, right, at about 9 o'clock in the evening, and I'm like, hey, man, it's a lender from Mastery, somebody who's a private lender, and I was like, hey, I'm a bit pissed because I don't like the terms and I don't like the rates. What happened?
I was shocked. It was the Super Bowl day. And I normally don't answer calls that I don't have the number saved. And someone's like, answer this call. And he said, Tim, it's Andrew. And I said, Andrew? Yeah, Andrew Holmes. I said, what? You calling me? But anyway, I was very appreciative of the fact that you called to check on, like, personally the deal and saying, do these numbers make sense to you? Are you comfortable with this? Make sure that you go over every single thing and pay attention to the detail. And as a result of that, Andrew, I just want to say, for one, I was able to secure funding now through Civic and Eddie. And so I possibly now can hold that. I was thinking to flip it, but I might be able to hold it. So buy and hold. And that's been my goal for the whole thing. And like you said, I love flips, but I see the long game in the rentals.
Right. I mean, the problem is it's a job. It's good when you have to do it, right? It's totally fine. You do the flips. It's like flips is one of those things which you hold your nose and do it, right? Make money, you have to do it. We all have to do it because you got to make money somewhere, right? It's fine. But that's not your, way. After you do 3, 4, 5 of them, you'll realize it's a lot of work, right? You can make a lot of money and you can make good money doing it. Right? The only ones you should be flipping out are the ones you can't keep, right? If the property is too high a price range, the area is not as good, there are certain circumstances, then you flip it out, right? My biggest challenge with him was there was somebody from Mastery, that's a lender, and he was charging a little bit above our norms, what we wanted to charge. My point to him was, I'm like, listen, man, you're new, right? Tell the lender that if there is a problem here with the loan, they cannot do the loan. I'll get you a different lender that will do the loan for you, right? The reason why this is, guys, listen, when we all start, right, we all have a hope and a prayer. That's all we have. And if he gets himself into a bad loan with a lender where the lender will make all the money, but what does he end up with? Does that thought process make sense? If he doesn't end up with anything in the deal, should he be doing that deal? No, right? You're doing the deal to make the lender rich, right? That makes no sense. And I wanted him to explain that because it's, especially when you're new, he's like, Andrew, I'm new. I don't have any other options. I'm like, dude, you cannot have anybody else, have you over a barrel and you have no other options. You always have other options, right? Anything else you want to say from your end?
I'm just going to say this. For one, this is the best by far team that I've decided to join. And if you're on the fence, which I know that a lot of people may be, I would say just go for it, right? And even right or wrong, whatever, you're gonna win. They're gonna make sure. You got to put the work in, though. I just want to say that. Don't think it's gonna be easy and it's just a one-stop shop and you don't have to do anything. you got to put the work in. But by far, best team, best decision that I've made, aside from probably getting married and being a dad.
So, what part of town are you buying properties in? You happen to be in Chicago?
Yeah, I'm in Chicago, but the property that I actually am rehabbing right now is in Cal City, right around the corner from Pablo. So saw him, and then I'm actually purchasing now in Oak Lawn and Posen.
Okay, so if you guys have properties there, you don't want them, you want to wholesale it to them, this
Come
is your
on,
man.
I'm the guy.
Yeah, all right, great. Thank you so much, man. Miss Christine?
Mr. Andrew,
Yeah, hold the mic like that,
I will.
right? So, Miss Christine, you're on the other extreme, right? Okay, go ahead. I'm not going to say anything. Go ahead.
All right. First of all, I am, as you know, old school, but really old school with Andrew. I cannot believe, I am just awestruck at how easy it is now compared to the old days when we first started out. How easy it is to obtain money, how easy it is to obtain properties. So there is no better time to invest than now.
Because this is going to go on forever.
Yes.
So,
All right.
at what age did you start investing in real estate?
75.
How long ago was that?
That was 5 years ago.
5 years ago. Okay. And then how many houses do you have now?
20.
How many flips have you done so far?
3 or 4.
3 or 4. Mm-hmm. And what did you do before in your prior career?
I was in social work.
Social work. Mm-hmm. Okay. Do you own a comb?
Well, maybe I should come back.
This is typical. This is not like, okay. As a social worker, the highest year when you killed it, how much money did you make?
30,000. That was my peak. I was so proud.
30,000. Okay. So from the place that you came from, right? I remember you show up at the office at the time we were in Roselle, we were not in Oak Brook, and you had a goal, right, for you in terms of income.
Yes.
Right? What was that goal that you wanted to make from cash flow? Net?
2,000.
2,000 a month.
A month.
Right? And the way she said it is, she's like, I'm like, I can hear and I can talk. She's like, is it okay? I'm like, okay, what? She's like, well, it's kind of, I'm like, what are you talking? And she's kind of a little weird. I mean, I love Miss Christine like my own crazy aunt, right? I love Miss Christine, right? I mean, I mean it genuinely from the bottom of my heart. But Miss Christine is quirky at best, right? I mean, I know Miss Christine for a long time now. And I didn't know these quirks at the time. So she's going like, 2. I'm like, 2 what? 2,000. I'm like, why are you whispering? There's nobody else in the room here. It's okay. She's like, is it too much? I'm like, 2,000 a day, 2,000 a month. What the hell are you talking about? No. A month. Why were you so afraid to blurt out $2,000?
Well, first of all, it was the look that you gave me. When I said 2,000, it was such, and I, of course, interpreted it was, you are being extravagant. I thought I was overstating it.
Right? I mean, because I will never forget this. Holiday Inn, Miss Christine is sitting like over there. This annoying lady has a computer cable. She has a bunch of these plastic bags and an Apple computer wrapped in this. Right? This is no joke. And the cord would hang out all the time. There'd be holes in the stupid plastic bag. This is Miss Christine. So I used to call her what?
Bag lady.
So my name for Miss Christine was Bag Lady because she'd hang out with this stupid bag all the time. There was this gray car. It was dented in 9 different places, right? And it's not that she couldn't afford it. I understand, like we've all been in circumstances where you can't afford something, right? Her, right, in Chicago, she managed to live very well. I'm like, you can actually live on that. She's like, Andrew, you have no idea. I can live very well on $30,000, correct? And this is
Correct.
honest statement.
Yes.
Right? You don't spend money,
No, I do not.
not a penny.
No.
I mean, and this is, not, I'm not kidding you. So 2,000 for her was an abnormally high amount, right? How much cash flow do you have today?
10K a month.
A month. Is that good? Is that good? Now, do you have kids?
No, I do not.
You have anybody to give that cash flow to?
No, and looking at you.
I'm just saying, I mean, I called you my aunt, what more do you want? You know, I mean, I'm like, damn, that'll buy a lot of fuel, right? But anyways, I mean, I'm here to be adopted, you know? So I'm just saying, you know, I will always pray every month and I'm like, oh my God, my old Aunt Christine, you know, the amount of property she gave me, you know? And we'll put a big picture, 20 years from now, because we want you to live a long time, don't get me wrong. But seriously, you're pretty set at this point,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
During Corona, you did a bunch of flips
Yes.
in a partnership,
Yes.
right? How much money did you guys make on those flips?
Oh,
You and Nancy.
40, 80. Between 150, 200.
150 and 200,000, right? This is during Corona, right? For her, for some people, that might not be a lot of money. That's a hell of a lot of money for you.
It is.
It is a hell of a lot of money,
Phenomenal.
right? So you guys are doing flips, you're building up your rental portfolio. For you, what is the goal? I mean, what are you going to do with this money? Because I know you're not going to spend it, right? For the first time, she came to the office one day. I'm like, listen, you ever been to a salon? She's like, no, never in her life. Miss Nancy took you. Who was it that took you?
Miss Nancy.
Miss Nancy. I'm like, you can't come to the next 3 days without you going to a salon. So they actually went there, they actually spent money, and she quit going, of course, again. But anyways, that's
One time.
But one time, right?
One and done.
Yeah, so you're a rather unique individual. What are you going to do with this money?
My goal, I'm in a very, very fortunate position, and with my background in social justice work, is to leave a legacy and to leave a foundation to empower, my goal, empower women entrepreneurs, and let this continue.
So you don't want to give the money, you want to give out loans, right?
That's part of it, yes, and to have it self-funded.
Self-funded. So you want to set up like a charity, a trust where women can borrow money from and then pay it back. So
Yes.
that it's a perpetual, that's your legacy that you want to leave.
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Christine, I don't know what else to say. You have anything else to say? Go ahead. I mean,
No, just the fundamental thing is from the position that I came from, when you were talking about immigrants, this is a different type of immigrant experience from my people, Eastern European, Polish. We did not spend money. So this shock to me with this free-flowing spending was not my background. But at this stage, and to come into real estate so late in the game, it just goes to prove, from my perspective, that anything is possible. To start out at 75 and be able to accumulate this amount of property at this stage is, I hope, will be an inspiration to everybody that it can be done and your life can turn around. And that is the function, I feel, of mastery, to show you that these things are possible. And I really hope that that later on, you will look that today will be one of the pivotal moments of your life. You know, as this gentleman was saying, you know, being married and the child, but maybe in 5 years or 10 years, when you look back on your life and you think that was the moment. That 3-day was the moment that changed my life. So I wish everybody the best of luck and hope it goes as well for you as it has for me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Oh, Andrew.
There are not too many people you will meet like Miss Christine. Miss Christine is a very rather unique individual, and there's nothing else I can say about her because I started real estate not because I wanted to do anything. I wanted to make more rich. This is it, right? I want to be very clear about this, right? I started the radio show when I did because I heard a lot of people talking about BS. I'm like, I can actually be honest about it, right? I started doing seminars because I was lonely, meaning I couldn't get people to understand what I was doing. And I was like, oh my God, there's this great idea that I think a lot of people can do, right? Individuals like Miss Christine, she gave her life to doing social work, social justice. This is a very different breed of a human being, right? I don't understand them. I mean, if you're a teacher, if you're a cop, you're a firefighter, my hat's off to you, right? I mean, if you're a cop, I feel bad for you because your poor ass gets abused. You meet human beings when they're at the lowest point in their lives, and your ass is going to get blamed for everything. So good luck. We need you, but you're a better man than me, whoever is in that line of work. And yet coming from where she came from, and I've asked her this because, she's as liberal as they come. And I'm not talking about politically, I'm talking about in terms of her thought process. And I'm like, why do you realize this is as capitalistic as it gets? She's like, yeah, but I need to be capitalistic so that I can be more liberal with my money. I'm like, God bless you, right? God bless you. And it's so true that you need to have some capital and then you can choose to give it away or to spend it on yourself, whatever you want to do. But what the legacy, I think what she'll leave and the amount of people that get affected because of it, nobody will know kind of the price she paid. But all her life, and she's one of those individuals that doesn't need a lot. So it is what it is. Anyways, when we look so on Sunday, what we want you to think about, that when we end up at that place is, if you are going to buy real estate, if you're going to think about accumulating some wealth, what you have to think about is, how am I going to place this? Where are these properties going to go? What is going to happen? I am 100% against setting up Nevada Corps and Delaware Corps and doing all this kind of nonsense, okay? That kind of nonsense is done for one reason. It's because there are a bunch of attorneys in Nevada, in Delaware, wherever, that will get rich because they charge you a bunch of money, right? Opening a Delaware Corp and your property is based in Illinois is the same thing as buying insurance for your car in England, right? The question is, where do you own a car? America. Why the hell would you buy insurance in England? They'll be happy to sell you insurance. Does that make sense? An insurance company will collect a premium. But do you live in England? No. Then why would you buy insurance in England? Right? Think about this. And this happens all the time at real estate seminars. They tell people all the time, well, you're going to be protected. Well, your property is in Illinois. You live in Illinois, or your property is in Florida, right? Like the properties we own in Florida now that we're doing all the new builds on. Where am I going to buy insurance? In Florida or in Illinois? Where am I going to set up the corporation? In Florida or in Illinois? In Florida, right? And these people do this all the time, these huge corporate structures. And I'll show you it doesn't make sense. This is something, there is a method to this madness, and we will get into this as to why you do what you do, right? And all the attorneys that talk about, and I didn't know this, I did not know this, 99.9% of attorneys that talk about asset protection have never had their asses sued, and they've never been in front of a judge, right? This is important to understand. I used to think, well, aren't you an attorney? But they've never seen the inside of a courthouse. Only thing they've ever been to, right, is the mock trials when they were in law schools. I had no idea about this. If you're going to get sued, wouldn't it make more sense to go talk to somebody who is going to sue your ass? Just saying, right? Some jackass attorney out of wherever the hell it is, they're going to tell you, oh, this is how it works. No, this is not how it works. You're not going to go in front of a judge and tell him, well, judge, you should sue me in Vegas because my corporation is out of Nevada. Does that make sense? The judge will throw your ass in jail. And you can't go these stupid companies that tell you, well, we're just not going to disclose it to the court. Well, you're going to be locked up in Cook County Jail. Hello, this is all these companies that people open all over the place and make complicated structures. You don't need that. The other crazy idea is, well, I want to hide my assets. What the hell are you doing, man? I mean, unless you're selling Coke on a street corner, the hell is there to hide? No, I mean, this is just, and you really believe in an age like today, you're going to hide anything. They know your underwear size. I mean, you probably ordered it somewhere, you probably did a search somewhere. And I promise you, they know what there is no such thing. If you're going to protect yourself, it's called proper insurance and proper planning, right? And the reason I say this is we see these structures in real estate all the time, where people don't protect anything, they just make a mess for themselves. So this is something that later today, when Gina comes up, she'll talk about this and she'll go through this part of it as to how you set this up. And even if there is a lawsuit, even if you get sued, listen, if you're not doing the wrong things, there is nothing to be afraid of, right? There is nobody coming to get your ass. You understand this, right? This is the crazy, fear mongering that these stupid people do, right? If tomorrow somebody slips and falls in your property, right? Okay, they slipped and fell. I mean, we all go to all these hotels. You think somebody slips and falls outside, right? They have big Marriott. They don't hide it. What do we have to hide? And the reason I bring this up is there is a proper way to set it up. There is a proper way to insure it. If there's in case somebody gets hurt, something happens, there is a proper way to protect yourself, right? Nobody's coming to get you. And I've been through this, and I'll relate my personal experience, and I'll explain why. So this is important to understand, because a lot of times what we see is people have these complicated corporate structures. And they're like, well, I'm protecting myself. Protecting from who? I mean, if you're generally, right? There was a time in my life, I didn't need protection from anybody. I needed protection from me, because my thinking was so screwed up. I mean, if you have nothing, you realize nobody can sue you. It's going to cost them. You have nothing, right? And so it's important to understand where you are and how do you set this up. And the reason I say that is that this whole part of asset protection, all this stuff comes up. So this part of it, we will deal with this on Sunday in a lot more detail, right? Today, in general, Gina will go through it. There is a handout that we have for you that is included in the packet. I think everybody watching online, you can download it for yourself also. So it's there. So feel free to download that for yourself. And there is a handout. Lori will tell you where it is, because I don't know exactly where it is, but I know it may be even in the portal that we gave you. So it's a breakdown of how partnership, corporation, blah, blah, blah. There's a bunch of detailed in there. So it's something good that you should take a look at. So Gina's going to go through that. Okay, let's look at the foreclosure process. And this is not something that you have to know exactly. This helps to understand the overall process, because this is a process where a lot of transactions and a lot of deals come from there, right? So this is a general idea you should have about this process, right? And what happens is this, with any property, and this is very confusing for people, because what happens is a lot of times people will say, well, the property is in foreclosure. Well, what does that mean? Is it a property where It's in pre-foreclosure. Is it a property that has gone to auction already? Does the bank own it now? What has happened with the property? But people don't understand that. They just use a general term called, well, the property's in foreclosure, right? And it's important to understand where is the property exactly, right? And so what happens is it's a fairly simple process that you have to understand. And there's a lot of different things that can happen. And it looks something like this, right? And this is basically the auction. And there is no, like, for some reason, a lot of people believe in a lot of conspiracies, right? When it comes to real estate, guys, there is no conspiracy. There is the state law. Does that make sense, right? A bank cannot take your property just because you don't make a payment, just because you don't make 10 payments, just because you don't make 20 payments. A bank cannot just take your property. There's no such thing, right? There's no such thing. They have to take you through a process, and that legal process is called the foreclosure process, right? So what happens is this, that if somebody is behind, generally 30 days, they're going to start getting notices, they're going to start getting calls, they're going to start getting FedEx and UPS packets. About 90 days in a normal case is when they will start a process. Normal meaning pre-COVID, we're talking about, among normal times, right? This is not when there was the big recession of 2008. At that time, they would sit on the property for 2 years, 3 years, because they had too many to foreclose. But generally, 90 days is a accepted number, okay? That's when they start. From this point on, this is the first time, and nobody in this country can know about this. There's no list out there, there's nothing until the first day when this becomes a lis pendens, meaning the bank sends their attorney to the court and files a lawsuit against the homeowners. That's the first day everybody can find out that the property is a part of a foreclosure case. This is important to understand. The reason it's important is that's when the first notice hits. Every service provider that sells a pre-foreclosure list, everybody gets to know about it that time, right? That's the first day. And that date is important to us as investors is because that is when the first time people will start getting letters, phone calls from investors like us. Hey, we may be interested in your property. Have you thought about a short sale? A bunch of real estate agents may be contacting them about buying, either selling their property or basically buying the property, so on and so forth, right? Before that, nobody knows. A bank, you cannot call a bank and say, oh, just give me your late pays. And they cannot, that's personal information. They cannot disclose that to you. The public record becomes the day you get sued. Does this make sense? Right? I mean, if you've ever been stopped at a stoplight, right? It's public record. Cop stopped you, it's recorded somewhere, right? You got a speeding ticket, it's recorded somewhere. It doesn't matter it's you or me, you can look it up in 2 seconds, right? Because it's a matter of public record. Does that thought process make sense? That's the first thing it's important to understand. A lot of times because people say, well, I found out before. What the hell are you? The only people who will know before is the 3 credit companies, your Equifax, your credit, whatever the other one is, TransUnion, and whatever the third one is. Those are the only companies that are going to know that somebody is behind. Does that thought process make sense? Right? You will find out here the day it gets filed in the court because now it becomes public record. Right? From this point on, all the way till the date that it goes to a public auction. Any of that period. Now, if you're in Texas, that period is 4 months. If you're in Florida, that period is about 4, 5, 6 months. If you're in Illinois, that period can be 2 years to 5 years, right? A lot of times people say, oh, that's bad. Actually, that's not. The reason why a market like Illinois is as profitable as it is, because it's a pain in the ass market, right? It's a very pain in the ass market. When something is really steep, meaning if it's an uphill battle, if you can figure out that battle, it can be incredibly lucrative. right? So the reason why, like in Florida, we have way more competition with all the builds that we're doing. Now, because there's a high amount of people moving in over there, right, it's no big deal. But if you go to find a resale property, it's incredibly difficult. Why? Because the foreclosures go through, the inventory gets cleared like that. There's a lot more competition. You come to Chicago, like all the hedge funds came to Chicago. They lost their shirt. And they lost their shirt because besides New York, California, which is the third market, which is the most crazy market, Chicago. It has the best pricing, but the problem with the Chicago market is that nobody can figure out or make head or tail about it. You have one pocket where you literally have more murders than there were going on in Iraq. I mean, this is Chicago, right? For God's sake. You go 2 blocks from it, you have some of the most expensive real estate. I mean, this is the craziest thing ever. You can't put it on a template and make any sense of it. How is it that you have 2 blocks away, your ass is getting killed, 2 blocks away, you have a condo which is 700,000, Hyde Park. I mean, that makes no sense. But this is Chicago, right? You come outside of you come out to the suburbs, you have lower crime than almost anywhere in the country, right? When people say, oh, Chicago has higher crime, they have no idea what they're talking about. It's in a very small, geographically, it's relatively a very small area. Take aside last year while the craziness that was going on, geographically, for the geography of Chicago, it's very, very small, right? If you keep the geography in mind. So what happens is this, that you have a different market here versus Florida. And the reason I say this is only 2 things can happen here. Either when the property goes to auction, only 2 things. Either it's going to get sold to an investor like us, or the property is going to go back to the bank. That's it. There is no other choice. Does this make sense? Now, between this time, from this time to this time, they could list the property with a real estate agent. They have a lot more choices at that time. So I want to just kind of walk you guys through, and you don't need to write this down. It's more important just to understand how this works. And we will give you a copy of this filled out, right? But if you just understand it, that's good enough. But understand how this works, right? Somebody gets late. At that point, they can call a real estate agent, put it on the market, or they can cut the price, put it on the market, get it sold. That's option number 1, right? They can do a short sale. You as an investor can make a good amount of money on a short sale, right? Phenomenal opportunity. As a real estate agent, you can get paid handsomely. You can charge 6%, 6.5% commission. You can get paid. That's another opportunity, right? They can basically catch up. Somebody can give them the money. They can get a new job or whatever the case may be. They may catch up on their payments. That's another option, right? Notice if they're late and nothing happens, the bank is going to send a notice to the borrower, right? Hey, you're late, blah, 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 right? The owner can file for bankruptcy protection. Just because somebody files for bankruptcy protection, all that is going to do is it's going to delay the foreclosure process. It doesn't stop the foreclosure process. The reason I mentioned that, a lot of times people will say, well, I just declared bankruptcy, ha ha. Well, ha ha you, because all that happened was 60 days, boom, it's going to go back. Real estate is not like your credit card debt, right? They're still going to take that property to auction. Just because you declared bankruptcy doesn't mean that, oh, now you're off the hook. That's not how it works, right? For real estate, because it's a asset where you have a debt attached to it. In credit card, it's different, right? So what will happen is they'll declare bankruptcy. At that point, there are 2 things going to happen. They either may make a settlement with the bank that, hey, we're going to surrender the property, right? Or they basically go through bankruptcy. And this is interesting. Only in America is this possible, right? That if you go through a bankruptcy, a month later, they will start sending you letters to reaffirm your debt. I had no idea. Meaning you just went through bankruptcy. They send you the letters, you don't have to sign them, but they look very official, right? And then if you re-sign it, guess what happens? You just invalidated the bankruptcy you just went through. This is only possible in America, right? Those letters that you get, it's somewhere small, you don't have to pay this, right? And you're like, oh shit, this almost looks like a bill, right? I mean, we all get those, right? Different types of letters where you're like, this looks like a bill. And then you're like, what the hell is this? You have to kind of investigate to figure out, no, it's not a bill. You know, it's just, oh, you want to buy insurance just because, go ahead and pay for it, right? So it's one of those things. So people will go through the bankruptcy and then reaffirm the debt. So you're re-signing up for the debt that you just went through. So don't do it. You can have a payment plan. That's one thing. You can do a deed in lieu. This used to be very common in the old days. Nowadays, you don't see as many deed in lieus. But a person can't pay, they can go to the bank and say, hey, Mr. Banker, I really can't pay. You know, so you don't have to take me through foreclosure. I'll just give you the deed in lieu of foreclosure. That's what that means, right? So the next thing is that if the bank takes the property back, this happens in some cases, right? And they can put the property back on the market with a real estate agent, REO agent, or the bank may sell it through an auction or whatever the case may be, right? So that's possible also. The next thing is somebody goes through some sort of a debt restructuring, they have a payment plan, it becomes successful. Now, if something is successful, which it is in less than 5% of the cases, right? Less than 5% of the cases that go to, that people are late are actually end up being successful. Most of them never end up actually being able to save the house. This is the dirty little secret, right? So a lot of times they're unsuccessful. It ends up being that. Now, last year, you guys heard about this term called forbearance, right? Last year, this was a very common term, which was there's something called a forbearance on the property. Forbearance simply means is that the homeowner, for whatever reason, has hardship, they're unable to pay, and they basically ask for a forbearance agreement. So it can be, hey, I'm going to pay 6 months from now, a year from now. It can be a varied amount of things, right? Now, at the end of the day, if a property goes to, if a person is unable to do a short sale in this case, to do anything else, right, make any sort of a thing, the property is always going to end up at one place, always. There is no other thing that can happen to it, and that's going to be at a county auction. And this works the same for all 50 states in America, right? It's no different. All 50 states in America, it's the same thing. It's going to end up at a county auction, and that auction must be held in public, right? And if you've never been to one of those, if you go to, say, a downtown auction here, or if you go to, like in Texas, they hold it outside the courthouse, or it's underneath the tree. Literally, even today, right? If you go to, say, McHenry County and some of these other outerline counties, they're like, where's the auction? You're like, underneath the tree. You're like, what do you mean underneath the tree? It's literally outside the courthouse, there's a tree, and people gather around there, and the attorney will show up, read the case number, boom, that's where the auction is, right? Here, it happens downtown, obviously, because it's cold, but there are 5 different auctions happen every day in Chicago, right? You have a 10 o'clock auction, you have another one at 11, and so on and so forth, right? 11:30, and it's a mess. It's a hot mess, especially in Cook County, because it's just crazy. But people always think, oh, it's rigged, it's this, it's that, and there's a secret. At the end of the day, guys, there's no secret to it. But the point of that auction is it has to be held in public, and they're going to basically look at the property. The bank is going to go to the court and ask for a judgment from the judge. Let's say $300,000 is owed, plus there's another $40,000 in back fees and attorney fees and so on. Right? So if that adds up to $340,000, they can ask the judge for a judgment up to $340,000. Does that make sense? They can't go to the judge and say, well, we want $400,000. Judge is going to say, well, why would you want $400,000? Only $340,000 is owed. But can they ask for a judgment for $200,000? Sure. Can they ask for a judgment for $250,000? Sure. Does that process making sense? Now, when it comes to the auction, a lot of times people think, well, there's a judgment. I mean, the property owes 80,000. Well, it owes 80,000, but there's 3 years they haven't been paying. So actually there may be almost 140 owed on the property. You don't know that. People are like, well, man, the bank is just not selling the property. No. If the bank has a judgment on the property for 150, let's say, they can sell the property 150 or below. They can't sell it a penny higher, at least as the starting bid price. Does this make sense? Right? The starting bid price cannot be any higher than what the judge set as your judgment price. Now, here's the other thing, like a lot of times people don't know. Let's just say the bidding starts at 150. That meets the judgment. It goes to 160, 170, 180. Sold 180, right? The 150 is going to go to who? It's going to go to the bank to make them whole, or whatever whole they can be. The rest of it is going to go to the homeowner, right? The difference between the two is going to go to the homeowner. Does that make sense? Now, if the bidding starts at 120, somebody wins the bid at 121, and there's an outstanding judgment for 150. Guess what happens to the judgment? That gets recorded against the homeowner. Does that thought process make sense? Right? A lot of times people don't understand this. About 7 to 10% of all properties that go to auction are bought by people like us. Right? In Mastery, a lot of people are buying from Platinum Mastery. A lot of them are buying properties at auctions with us. Right? So that's a way of getting properties. That's a way of finding properties. Sometimes you find phenomenal properties. Sometimes you find a property that's occupied. Sometimes you find a property that's burned down. So there's a different system to that whole mess, right? But a lot of times what happens is these properties end up reverting back to the bank, right? And then when that happens, when the property goes to trustee sale or a sheriff's sale, it's the same thing. What's going to happen is if it goes back to the bank only has two choices. Either they're going to put it on the market with a REO agent, or they're going to sell it to they're going to put it up at auction. That's it. Now, the properties, like if you go to auction.com, right? When you go to auction.com, and this is a national website where you can look up all the properties that are being sold by all the banks. You'll have two types of properties. One property is going to be the property that is going to trustee sales. Those are the live auctions that it goes to. And then the second type, which is the most common, most people know about, are the online auctions. The online auctions are all properties that are bank-owned properties. They are safe to bid on generally, right? And I say generally because there are some nuanced details, but generally they're safe to bid on, okay? So that's all that happens. There's no such thing that you can't find out about any property that is out there. It is public record. So you just need to know where to do the search. There's no such thing that, oh, there's a secret. There's no secret in real estate, right? I mean, people have this whole crazy notion, well, he got it from a hookup. I mean, the only hookup somebody has is they just did enough digging, right? And that's what we have to get good at, is know how to do enough digging. So just keep that in mind. The other thing is that at a forbearance, right? If it's successful, that means they caught up on their payments. People who came out of the whole Corona thing, they caught up on their payments, everything is good, no big deal, right? If it's unsuccessful, just understand, it's always going to be driven to the auctions, right? That's where every property is going to end up if there's no deal made. From a trustee sale, a third party like us may buy the property, right? If nothing happens, if it goes to the bank, it's going to either end up on the MLS or it's going to go to one of their auctions. Now, used to be that banks used to sell some of the bigger packages to some of these hedge funds, right? We're not seeing that today as much. In some markets, like say Florida, and some other markets may still exist in Texas, but really they don't have the big packages yet, Now, in markets like, say, Cleveland market, Chicago market, parts of Ohio, parts of some other parts of the country, there are a lot of properties that are going to come up again from foreclosure, especially Chicago being one of them, because there's a lot in the pipeline. So that will be another source of properties, right? So that's going to come up. In general, when we talk about properties, right, what we're finding is this, that my way of buying properties for the first 6 years was always the MLS, because my background is a real estate agent. I still have a real estate license. So that was where I found almost all the properties. In 2010, I started buying at auctions, right? So that's where most of the properties used to come from. The challenge that has happened with the MLS is the stupidity each year, it just goes up because the demand goes up, right? I mean, that's just what it is, the supply and demand. It's a lot of times people will say, well, MLS doesn't have any good properties. I mean, you're an idiot, right? I mean, you're just an idiot. It's just a numbers game, guys, right? Sometimes there are good properties end up in the MLS, and if they spill through the cracks, you can pick up great deals. It's not like there are no good deals. To make a blanket statement that, oh, you just don't understand the realities of the market, right? It's, yes, today is MLS more competitive than ever? Absolutely. There's no question about it. Still today, you can find properties. It's just that you're going to have to do a heck of a lot of work, because some crazy people are going to come in there and just kill your buzz by just overpaying for properties. It's just a fact of life. The reason we went to off market, and I did not come from a real estate agent real estate investor, quote unquote, background, right? I got into real estate investing because I was like, hey, I can actually own assets, right? That's why I got into real estate. So I came to this from the back end of it, right? I was always a very MLS pro person. Then I went to auctions, and then we have started looking off market because we were missing a lot of properties. A lot of wholesalers would bring us the properties. They would come to the 3-day. A lot of them would bring us the properties, and we're like, oh my God, we're the end buyers. We have the capital. We have the cash. We need to control the front end of it, right? So that's kind of how the whole thing has evolved. So we'll get into that a bunch more later today. Because here's the interesting part of it, right? If you look at the MLS, so MLS always sets the benchmark, meaning MLS dictates the prices in an area, because where are all the comps? Where do the comps come from? 95% of them come from the MLS. Just a fact of life, right? So what happens is this, your MLS will set the benchmark. Then you have the auctions. Generally, with the auctions, the way it used to work was you have two types of people at the auctions. You have people who are going to do flips, and then you have people who are going to buy properties for rentals, right? If I'm buying a property for a rental and you're buying for a flip, I can generally beat you at your number, because with a rental, if I pay $1,000 more, I'm okay. Right? It's not going to make a big difference to my numbers. But for a flip, each $1,000 is an additional money out of your pocket. Today, unfortunately, right, a lot of people are going to, and there's somebody here, his father happens to work with us with a lot of the auctions, and we were laughing about it the other day. Today, there are more amateurs showing up at the auctions and buying second liens at auctions than there ever been. Right? They'll go to the auction and buy a second lien and walk out thinking they own the house. And I'll show you guys a couple examples of that. Maybe this afternoon, there's a great example of that, right? It's the most obscene thing, that at the auction, they'll sell the first lien, second lien, third lien, all lien positions, right? So if you buy the second lien, guess what you bought? You own the house subject to lien number one. Right? And I'll show you guys a couple examples of properties this afternoon, which will kind of, it's just a terrible situation to be in. Anyways, what the hell was I talking about? I got distracted. Now even I'm lost. Anyways, happens to me time to time. I'm sure it'll come back. Okay, so this afternoon, let me show this. Okay, so this is something that is important to understand, right? A classic wholesale real estate deal, all it is that you are basically identifying the property, be it from a bank, it may be an REO bank-owned property, doesn't matter, right? It may be a regular seller, it may be a distressed seller, you may be buying the property from me. And then you're going to move the property to an end buyer. You're the person in between that is getting the property under contract. Does that make sense? Just the act of picking up the property from here and basically moving it to the end buyer and you getting a piece of it. I mean, think about a grocery store. Before, all your lettuce or tomatoes or whatever gets to the grocery store, there are big companies, right? US Foods, all these places. You realize these companies don't buy the groceries, right? They're just a wholesaler. Right? That's why they're called what? A wholesaler. It's the same thing with petroleum, with any product in this world. There is a wholesaler that basically signs a contract with the producer, signs a contract with a grocery store, and what are they doing? They're basically on a bulk, they're moving the property, that product from here to here, and they're taking a piece of it. They don't own the product. Does thought process make sense? Happens in commercial real estate all the time. Right? It's not even a thought given in commercial real estate when people do wholesale transactions, right? In residential real estate, in certain states, if you go to Texas, you go to Florida, you go to Georgia, you go to some of these states, wholesaling has been an accepted practice. Wholesaling, if you come to a place like Pennsylvania, you come to Illinois, you go to some of the older states, right? In general, it's something that the real estate agents, that's bullshit, right? Without understanding what it is. So you'll hear real estate agents, attorneys, right? There's an idiot attorney in town. I'm gonna say her name, but she's a complete nincompoop, right? She calls me one day. She's like, Andrew, what do you think about the wholesale law? I'm like, I'm kind of excited. This is great. The state is telling you how to do wholesales. This is actually a good thing. You should be excited. IDFPR passed a law, passed a rule. They say, hey, you want to do wholesales? Here's the rules. I'm like, great. Follow the rules. This is beautiful, right? All you have to do is just follow the rules. She's like, well, wholesaling is done. I'm like, okay, you come, I'll put 500 people in the room. You come and you make this statement in front of them. She's like, no, my ass is going to get lambasted. I'm like, clearly you have no idea what you're talking about. IDFPR, right, which is the governing body for the state, they say, hey, you want to do wholesales? These are the guidelines. You want a wholesaling business in Illinois, you realize nobody can stop you. What they're saying is, it's like the same thing as a dealership. If you want to have a car dealership, nobody can say you can't have a car dealership. They have to say you have to get a dealership license. Does this make sense? They can't say, hey, you can't have a car dealership. Now, if you sell one car, can they say anything to you? Are you a dealer? No. You said two, yeah. Now you put 10 cars in your driveway and put for sale signs on them, right? Somebody calls the state, they're like, hey man, this guy's acting like a dealer. You guys get this? It's the same exact thing with real estate. What they're saying is this. Pennsylvania, I believe, passed a similar sort of a thing. Somebody said the other day that Texas, Florida, some of these places are looking for it. The only thing they're doing, they're saying, hey, if you want to do wholesales as a business, get a real estate license. That's all they're saying, right? They're not saying you cannot do this. And I want to get this across. I have a real estate license. This thing is being recorded. I want to be clear about this, right? So just tomorrow somebody says, well, you're wrong. I'm not. I've called IDFPR. I have it in writing. So just please. Right? We're not going to make a bloody statement like that in public to people. What their point is that, hey, we want it regulated because we don't want yahoos doing stupid things. And you know why it came about? Everybody's like, well, realtors are trying to circle the wagons. Of course, they have to protect their profession. I mean, they'd be stupid if they wouldn't, right? They have to protect the real estate profession. As it is, they sold our souls. I mean, realtors are the most stupid people as a group, right? We sell all our goddamn data to Zillow, and they're like, well, Zillow's eating our lunch. Yeah, no shit. I mean, realtors are the biggest prostitutes I know in town. You know, we sell anything that is of value and then we cry the blues, right? I mean, we should all be lashed in public as far as I'm concerned, because we meaning us as all the members of the National Real Estate Board. I mean, the biggest bullshit is them, those damn bastards. Anyways, that's my opinion about it. No, it's because we sell our own stuff for pittance of the dollar because we want to sell the data and then we're mad. We should be mad at ourselves as a group of people, but neither here nor there. So my point being, the reason I bring that up is wholesaling is a way of disposing of a property. That's all it is, right? There's nothing that, now there's a couple things that are important to understand. Somebody has a house and somebody has money. You're the conduit in between. And I'll tell you exactly where people get in trouble. This is where people get in trouble. When they do what is called daisy chain wholesaling, right? Which is, I have a property that I have under contract, right? Peter is the seller, I have a property under contract. Now, do I have a relationship created with him once I sign a contract? Yes. Where people get themselves in trouble is there's 8 different yahoos in between. Well, you know, I got a guy who's got a guy who's got a guy, and then each of the guys in between have to make money. That's where people get themselves in trouble. Does this make sense? Because none of them can close. Peter moves out of his house and he's out. Now he's at the closing table. He goes, okay, I'm ready to go. And my guy who's got a guy who's got a guy cannot close on it. You think he has the right to be upset? You think he's going to call the attorney general and a bunch of Peters call attorney general, they're going to be upset at people like me? Why? Because my intent, I told him, hey, Peter, I'm going to close on your property. If I'm not going to close, let's just say I couldn't move the property. Shouldn't it be that I let Peter know in a reasonable amount of time? Otherwise, what am I doing? If I keep doing that to a bunch of people, what is that called? It's called fraud, right? See, you do one thing and you make a mistake. It's called a mistake. You go do that to a bunch of people purposely knowing you have no clue. What is that? That becomes a fraud. Does this make sense, right? Inherently, there is absolutely nothing wrong with wholesales. What happens is when people act in an incompetent manner, people tell me all the time, well, you can't wholesale a property from the MLS. I can show you hundreds of examples of it. The agents that are representing the transactions, I know them. They'll be here at the 3-day, right? We've never had a one not close. Because why? We are going to perform on it, right? Who says I can't wholesale MLS property? Is there a law like that? There's no such rule. Now, you go and tell an agent, well, you know, I'm going to buy your property, then I'm going to put it into contract, then you're going to go through all this work, and then, because guess what happens? If your deal falls through, whose ass is in the can? The real estate agent, because the agent gets blamed for everything, right? It doesn't matter what happens. You go buy a new car and you're buying the property, the deal falls through, guess who's going to get blamed? It's the agent. No wonder agents don't like real estate investors, right? It's not that they would love to work with us, but if we act in a calloused manner, it affects their way of making a living. Does this make sense, right? So all it is you're buying the property and then you're moving it to a end buyer. And there is 2 ways of doing it, right? Whenever you start doing daisy chains, meaning other people who have no interest in the property or don't have a signed contract get involved, that's where this thing starts really going south, which they call it daisy chain wholesaling. Now, in Florida, right? If you go to Florida, it's just the craziest place. It is absolutely nuts the way they do business there, right? I mean, it's been a huge learning lesson for us because, I mean, it's just nuts, right? Texas, the demand is so high that it is unorganized at a level which is just amazing. But it is what it is, right? So there are 2 things that come up. And the 2 things you have to think about is there's only 2 ways to do a wholesale, right? And that is, you have A is Mr. Seller, so we'll just put S. You have B, so I'll just put W, you're Mr. Wholesaler. And then you have C, that is your EB, which is end buyer. There's only two ways of doing a wholesale, right? Either, so you and this person sign a contract, right? Now you can do two things. Either you can transfer this contract to Mr. C. So I'll use an example. I sign a contract with Peter, right? And say Miss Christine is somebody who's going to buy the property, right? Miss Christine is going to buy the property. I sign a contract for $100,000 with Peter. I'm going to sell it to Miss Christine for $120,000. Now, Miss Christine happens to be from Mass Street. Do I have to hide anything from her? No, there's nothing to hide. I'm like, Miss Christine, I'm buying the property from Peter for $100,000. You're buying it from me for $120,000. She's like, okay, no problem, Andrew. I'll pay you $20,000. Right? That's our deal. Am I hiding anything? Does Peter need to know what I'm doing with it? No. Is it any Peter's business? As long as I perform, it has nothing to do with Peter. Right? Now, if I'm selling to Miss Christine and I'm going to make $50,000 on the deal, does Peter need to know? No. But if I'm going to make $50,000 on it and I rub it in his face or he finds out about it, do you think he's going to be pissed? Right? I mean, you're just a car dealership. Whenever you sell them the car, they give it to you for this. And even if the guy who's buying your car is in the next room, you think they're going to say, oh, hey, Joe, meet Harry. He's buying your car. Right? We just bought it from you for $10,000. We sold it this bastard for $13,000. No, they're in the business of this, right? Then why is it that we as investors have to say anything to him as long as I'm performing? It doesn't matter what I do with it. I can burn the house down. It's my damn house, man. Right? As long as I paid for it and the fire department is okay with it, I can burn the house down. I mean, you understand what I'm saying, right? The reason I say that is this. When I'm going to take this contract, right, and I'm going to move this contract over, that is called an assignment of contract. Does this make sense? Right? I'm assigning the contract for a consideration. Consideration can be $1. The consideration can be $50,000. Makes no difference. Right? And this is where people get themselves into hot water with agents, with everybody, because they don't understand what is going on and they make a mess out of it. And then obviously people get upset. So today, when Ms. Gina goes through it, we'll talk about two different transactions. We'll talk about an assignment of contract, which you're saying, hey, I took my shoe off, you put your foot in my shoe, and you gave me a consideration for it. All you're doing is you're just transferring it. Does this make sense? The second is a double close. What double close means is this. A to B transaction closes. So I'm buying the property from Peter for $100,000. I close this transaction. I start a new transaction the next second. And I close the next transaction the next second for $200,000. Makes no difference what the number is. That becomes a double close, because why? I had two closings. So whenever something is double, the attorney is going to double up on your ass. This is just how you have to think about it. They're going to just charge you double. Just think about it that way. Generally with wholesales, unless in Mastery you'll see us doing back and forth and we'll go through a lot of those transactions. We don't hide anything. There's nothing to hide here. Right? We're just open. Hey, we're making $50,000. We're making $50,000. But you do that with the average person outside. Oh my God, you're making $50,000. What difference does it make what I'm making? If you still think it's a good deal, but the average person that's not a seasoned investor doesn't understand that. You guys get that? So to them, so generally what we say is 7 to 10,000 on a wholesale. Generally, we'll do a assignment of contract up to that number. Anything after that, generally, we will do a double close. Does that process make sense? So that's how you have to think about it in the holistic scheme of things. So we'll come back kind of to that. There's some numbers I'm supposed to go through. I'll go through it. So this morning we were kind of talking about different couple things. So I want to kind of just relate kind of a little bit of a background. A lot of times we ask people their background because we want to know kind of where people came from. And I want to kind of give you guys how I came about with all of this, right? And why, right? So I think I shared, I was born here in Chicago. My parents moved back to India when I was about 3 months old because both of them were physicians. They were doctors. My mom was a OBGYN and gynecologist at the Cook County Hospital. My dad was an orthopedic surgeon. So they did both their trainings here, and then my dad was a big believer in serve the people and blah, 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 that kind of thing. So he went back to India, right? And so at the age of about 17, I came back. And I came back to US in high school, and my parents stayed in India. And it's interesting because they shipped my ass back because I quite didn't fit in over there, right? Because I asked too many questions, right? Talking back to adults and all this kind of stuff is considered, you're a bad boy, right? I mean, you don't ask questions, you do whatever you're told, right? It's kind of the thing. So, I mean, and it was interesting because if you are from a well-to-do family in India, you go to we call it an English medium school, meaning the courses are more Americanized courses, that kind of thing. I mean, if you just think about it that way, right? So it's interesting because when I went to school, we had a bunch of kids, which were, I would call from like middle-class families, and then we had a bunch of kids that were from, I considered my family poor compared to them, right? We had 2 cars or 3 cars at a time when in India, the whole subdivision, nobody had a car. So we would have been considered quote unquote rich, but these guys had 8 cars. So me as a kid would go to my parents, I'm like, how come they have 8? We only have 3. What is wrong with you? You're not grateful for what God gave us. What kind of morals did we put in you? Right? I mean, if you think Catholic guilt is bad, try Indian guilt, right? I mean, this shit is worse, right? So it's kind of one of those things, right? And because I would go to my friends' houses, it was interesting. So my dad was an orthopedic surgeon, my mom is OBGYN, and there's this hospital. 92%, I counted. The hospital had 110 beds. I'll never forget this. I counted how many patients were either my dad's patients, where he's operating on them, he's charging as a surgeon would, right? For the surgery. My mom, the same thing, for doing C-sections and for babies. And yet, guess what? My friend's dad, who can't even speak English, owns the hospital. So I go to my parents, like, hey guys, listen, shouldn't the hospital have our last name on it? No, we're surgeons, we're not business people. I'm like, shit. I'm like, listen, my friend's dad, he can't even speak English. Because in India, you judge a person based on their ability to speak English and articulate as to how sophisticated and how well educated you are. Yeah, they're business people. We are professionals. Like, well, business people have more money than us professionals. So let's us become business people. Let those bloody bastards be professionals. Who gives a shit? What is wrong with you? You have no shame, right? This is like everything comes down to goddamn shame in India. Oh, shit, right? And I'm like, guys, let's build a hospital. You like to do this much charity, just put a charity wing. Employ people who don't make as much as you do. If you don't want the money, no, then it is not all about money. Well, then if you have excess money, give it to me. This is my deal, right? My parents. So, and a lot of cultures are like that. So, and the worst was when we would go on vacation. We'd always go to relatives' houses, right? And all these damn relatives, I hated my cousins. I hated those bloody bastards like no tomorrow. Because all of them were like A-grade students, right? They're going to go to IIT. The hell them going to IT got to do with me, man? I'm just trying to enjoy my goddamn summer vacation, right? I don't give a shit about these people. Just leave me alone. And I'll never forget this. Like, there's certain memories that as a child, they never leave you. And this was one of those. We go to some goddamn place. We're on the train, so I have fun on the train. As a kid, you're like, it's cool, right? Get off, and they're like, oh, these people have 2 PhDs. Other person has 3 PhDs. I'm like, what the fuck is new? Every goddamn place, I'm the idiot one, and everybody else is the bloody genius. So, I mean, what's new? I'm thinking, well, you have this many PhDs. I'm like, okay, well, we have these, I'm expecting picked up in a nice car, bigger car than what we have. This is my brain. We get there, we call it an auto. What is that called? Auto, right? Like one of those little tiki rickshaw things, right? To their house. I mean, and I'm like, dude, 1, 2, 3 members of the household, there are 5 PhDs between 3 people. I'm like, with this many goddamn PhDs, right? One has a PhD in economics. This is no lie. Your economic status doesn't quite show it. This is what I told them. Obviously, I got a nice whooping in front of everybody. So this was kind of my start, which was not a very good start. So I think when I came here, my parents were like, oh my God, this thing is gone, right? And my deal was, I told my parents, I'm like, listen, I'm gonna go to America, I'm gonna make so much money, it's gonna make you guys sick, right? So I get here in high school, in the middle of West Virginia, small little coal mining town, because my uncle was the only doctor, of course, Indians, right? So what did you expect? And it's interesting how when you come from a different culture, the kind of experiences you go through, because you look at the whole thing from a different prism. And I'll never forget the first time I ever saw an American library. Now, this is a town with 3,000 people, middle of West Virginia, Somersville, West Virginia. I'll never forget this. That I found a book at the library which was called Entrepreneurs Are Made, Not Born, right? And I had all these crazy ideas. I never knew at the time, this is 95. In India at that time, you could not buy business books, right? At that time, it was much more socialist. You couldn't buy a business book. There was no such thing, right? And I'm like, man, these are my ideas. This guy must be a bloody genius. And I'm in this library, and every day I would go there and I would read. I didn't have a car, so my aunt would drop me off, pick me up at the time. And it's an interesting thing because I'd put bookmarks in there. Next day I'd go back. And a bunch of people would check out books. And I thought that for check out books, you have to have money. And I'm living with my aunt, so I didn't, even though my parents were sending the money, I didn't want to, it was an awkward position for me to ask money. So, and the lady one day, she's like, oh, you're Dr. Ranaday's nephew. I'm like, yeah, she's like, well, why don't you take the books home? And I didn't want to tell her I didn't have money, right? And so then I'm like, oh, so how much does it cost? She's like, no, it's free. I'm like, so I can take one book? She's like, no, as many as you want. I'm like, you're telling me I can take a book home and then do I have to bring it back tomorrow? She's like, no, 2 weeks. Like, what if I'm not done? She's like, well, check it out for 2 more weeks. I'm like, it's free? Right? She's like, yeah. I mean, she's looking at me as if I have lost my mind. I mean, in India, there was no such thing that you borrow a book. So, I mean, I come home with like these many books with all about entrepreneurship, this and that and that. My aunt is a copy of my goddamn dad. So obviously it's like, well, you have to go to Yale. What kind of books are you reading? This is going to get you a good score on ACT and SAT? Oh my goodness, your parents are working hard in India. What are you doing in America? I'm like, oh shit. So it was interesting because I end up at WVU, West Virginia University, and I did not go to college to party. I did not go to college to drink. I go to college to one thing. When they have a meeting with the counselors, I couldn't wait. I'll never forget. They have the USA Today, USA, whatever. They used to fill best colleges to get into and all this shit. So I took this book with him. I'm like, hey man, tell me the course for a CEO. I want to become a goddamn CEO. He's like, no, what do you like to do? I'm like, make money. He's like, no. What do you want to be? I'm like, rich. Right? I'm like, dude, I'm a broke kid. I told my parents all this shit back home. I don't want to borrow any money from them. What do you think I want? I want to be able to eat a stromboli at 3 o'clock goddamn in the morning. Right now, I can't afford a stromboli. That's all I cared. And this guy's thoroughly confused, right? So I tried biochemistry and all this shit because I'm like, okay, if I can get into nephrology, neurology, I couldn't pass a single one. I mean, I was just like, man, this is not going to work out, right? So then I get business classes, economics, and all this stuff. I'll never forget this. About a year and a half into school, I am in an economics class of this lady that I respected a lot. I thought she was a great professor. We're talking about blah, 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 something. And she's like, listen, she's like, I know you have all these ideas, but she's like, you're never going to make more than about $70,000. That's a lot. And I'm not really quite sure exactly what I told her. It wasn't probably too pleasant. You know, at that time when you're 19 years old, you're probably not, the brain doesn't function that well, you know. But pretty much she said, well, you have to kind of get out of my class. And that was the last time I ever went to college. Of course, I don't tell my parents, Indian parents, you send your kid to America, both people are parents. My grandparents were goddamn doctors. Everybody's a doctor in the family, and I'm the idiot who drops out of college. This is not a good start. You bring shame to the family, right? This is like, you never forget these words. And it's interesting what happens because with every culture, with everything, right? For Indians, the choice is this. Otherwise, you become a software engineer. If you fail at that, if you fail at that one, then, and if you just hit the rock bottom, so I get into real estate selling because I took they give you the Pell Grant or whatever it is. And instead of buying books, because I wasn't quite getting along with my professors in school, I bought a real estate licensing course for West Virginia. In Morgantown, West Virginia, if anybody knows where that town is, it's a college town, right? I remember I used to make cold calls to these farmers. He's like, boy, you kind of sound different. So my original name is not Andrew. That's not an Indian name. I changed it, right? It was an interesting experience, right? And so then I moved to Atlanta, and it's interesting how you meet people at times, and I met a guy, and long story short, he was a drunk, degenerate drunk, but smart guy, owned gas stations. And he's like, man, if you can find a corner lot. So anybody who knows Atlanta, in Hapeville, across from the Ford plant, they used to have a Taurus. At the time, Taurus was the top selling car in America, an Astro van, they used to make that in Atlanta. Across from that, I found a piece of land that I seller financed. And that's how, and at the time, Philip Conoco used to be the brand, and all these cigarette companies at that time, they would build the store for you, and Philip Conoco would put up the canopy and the tanks if you signed a 10-year contract with them. That's how we built that gas station. This was some gas station, 6-acre piece is where we put up this gas station. A month, we used to sell 1.3 million gallons of fuel, truck fuel, right? With 3 cash registers, if anybody understands that business, for selling lottery. That's where you make the most amount of money, right? You don't make money on gas. So you make money on lottery, you make money on cigarettes. At the time, we used to make a lot of money on those things. So at about 23 years old, a month, I used to net out about 21 and a half a month net. My partner made the same thing. And obviously, you couldn't tell me anything because I was on top, right? It's interesting how a fool and their money is soon parted. And one day I get a call, Officer Ebb, I'll never forget that. African-American officer is this short and this wide, right? This dude was built like a rock house, right? And he used to always help us at the gas station. People come behave like idiots. We call Officer Ebb, he'd take care of it. There was a sergeant over there. And about 3:30 in the morning, I get this call. When you own a gas station, you get a call 3:30 in the morning is never good. And a police officer's on the other line, it's even worse, right? Either somebody got shot, something happened, and it can't be a good thing, right? When you get that call. And he's one of those guys who was always very confident, one of those things, and I could never forget that particular voice. When his voice is cracking, he's like, man, you gotta come to the gas station. And I used to live in Alpharetta at the time, which is north part of Atlanta. The shortest drive on 400 I've ever had in my life, right? Which is the highway that comes straight down into going south of downtown in Atlanta. And I could see the gas station off the exit, and clearly flames were coming out of it, right? And they had blocked off that exit, and so I had to kind of work my way around and let me there. What had happened was somebody had basically come, bought beer, did some drugs at home, and was coming back for a second beer run. And they passed out in one of those old Cadillac Bromes, if you remember those big boat-looking cars. 60 miles an hour drive into the gas station, the whole thing blows up. So anyways, I get there, the whole thing happens, and what happened was the guy gets charbroiled. He didn't die, he got charbroiled, meaning hurt pretty bad. 3rd, 4th degree burns, got hurt pretty bad. And long and short was this. When I had set up the gas station, I was so desperate on cash at that time that every credit card I had, whatever I had, I was selling real estate, whatever money I had, I'd put it into this thing. I had failed one important thing. When we set up the corporation, my business partner was a C Corp, and I signed my personal name. At the closing, the lender is like, you know, man, this is real strange. You have all the liability and you have no protection. And I'm like, you know, man, I know I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. It cost at that time in Georgia $56 to set up a C Corp. $56. Or a S Corp, didn't matter. So guess when we got sued, who got sued? And here was the problem. What the determination was that the curb cuts, like from the highway, were a little bit too low. Now, I don't make the curb cuts, the Department of Highway makes curb cuts, right? The gas station, the bays were 6 inches short on both sides, but because it was an exit, that's how they made us. EPA makes you do those. You can't just put up a gas station by yourself. EPA has to pass it, right? They passed it like that. But if you go to a gas station today, if you notice, every gas station is going to be raised by about 8 inches or so, 8-9 inches. And then the gas bay is on it. And if somebody drives into the gas station, there's a shutoff. It's called a disconnect shutoff. Same thing with if you ever have driven off with the fuel pump in there, it'll just, nothing happens, just snaps. No fuel spill, nothing. That happened because of that lawsuit. So the deal was there was $1 million some insurance, and the amount over and above that is what I got handed down. And the sole reason behind that is because I had 2-3 cars that were paid for, and a little bit of equity in a house, right? And I didn't want to do BK. I could have done BK, bankruptcy. But then I had told my parents how great I was doing, of course. I made a point to take pictures and send it to them. And I figured they would find out about the BK. Oh, my son goes over there and goes bankrupt. What else do we want? Right? And I was like, at the time I was like 22, 23. So I didn't understand how this whole game was played. But anyways, neither here nor there. It's interesting when you sometimes feel low in your life. And the gas station was okay. Sometimes, when life hits you, it knows you're down and it kick you even more. The lowest day of my life was my mom calls me. This is when all this is going on. And she's like, oh, I'm going to be in Atlanta with your sister. My sister at the time I have a sister that's 4 years younger. And I'm like, Mom, and I lied every which way I could to get them not to show up. I made every excuse because I had no place to stay. Because the house I had to basically settle the judgment with the house and the car, and you could basically pick one car. And all the money I spent trying to fight it was all on my credit cards, on everything, because the insurance company just said, okay, we'll just write them a check, we're done. Over and above, I have no coverage. Is that right? People don't realize how important umbrella insurance is. And so whatever money I had, I spend it in trying to stem this, and it's all gone. I literally didn't even have the money to go rent a hotel. So I would go do bartending, and the only other thing I knew was to sell real estate. That's it. It's the only two skill sets I had. And I hadn't had enough time to accumulate enough money to be able to afford a rental. So in the bad part of town of Atlanta, I was renting a room, and probably I was probably the only sober human being in that 3-room house or whatever it was. And I will never forget this, that my sister and my mom came to Atlanta, right? And my mom never said anything, yet sometimes I think as a parent, you understand that your kid is not doing quite well, right? They never said anything. She stayed at a hotel, she paid for it because clearly I didn't have the money. And they were there 2-3 days and they left, right? And if I've ever felt low, that was the one time in my life that I really, really felt low, because I was the same guy who had told my parents how quote unquote successful I'm going to be. And here I'm the same person who couldn't even afford to Is this one on? Okay. To have a place where my mom and my sister could stay, right? And it's interesting when people tell me that, money's not everything. The only people who say that who are doing okay. If you're doing okay, you can afford to say that money is not everything. It is everything, right? See, health, you can't buy health with money. Right? You can't buy your child's love or whatever affection with money. But the thing that money serves a purpose for, there's nothing in this world that can replace that. Right? And it's interesting because in 2002 after that incident is when I moved to Chicago. And about April of 2002, and I used to work as a server at Shula Steakhouse up the street at the place. It used to be a Westin, Wyndham at that time, and now it's a Westin. And the interesting part was this, that all the people who used to work with me in that bar over there and at the steakhouse, they're all still there. And what the interesting thing was that it's not that I was any better or I was any smarter. The only difference between them and me was that I saw myself at a different place than they saw themselves. And whenever we have done the 3-day, I've always told Lori, I'm like, one of these days we should do a 3-day at that particular Westin, because it would be fun to go back and realize that it's no different. I was just desperate, right? Because I was at Remax Central, a Coa banker down the street at Roselle, and I used to go there and work as a server. And my biggest fear used to be that one of the houses that I had listed, one of those sellers would walk in and they would see me serving steaks to everybody, right? And I was ashamed that that's how I had to make a living, right? And I say that to say this, that a lot of us come to this crazy thing called real estate in different ways, right? But there's a reason why we come to it. All it is it's an opportunity. That's all it is. There's a million things people make a lot of money at, right? But all this is an opportunity where what you can do with it is absolutely astronomical. And I say that because I would not be here if I didn't realize, because there were a lot of things that I tried, right? Where I figured out in real estate how to sell a lot of houses and make $200,000-$400,000 after a bunch of years of struggle. But what the most interesting thing was that until I figured out that if I've done one thing correctly, and that is that since I figured out in 2011 that rentals was the way to go, then I've never looked back. Because what it gave me was the ultimate freedom, because I would always get trapped in this place where I was the person who was running on the treadmill, if that makes any sense, right? With the gas station, I never had any security because somebody was going to pull the carpet from underneath me. I would have no security, right? Because there's a lot of people that make a good amount of money. What they don't have is they don't have assets to be able to show for it. And as some of you guys know, that last year, it was, beginning of last year, right? My parents passed away, both of them within a month of each other. And what is interesting is this, like a lot of times, we all have different things, right? As much as I fought with my parents and all the crazy things that I say, right? I always wanted to make them a proud father, a proud mother, right? I wanted to be a proud son. Because I always felt I had big shoes to fill, right? And the most fun thing was that all these years, I had all these crazy ideas. I used to tell my dad, I'm like, man, one day we're gonna buy a jet, right? And one day I'm gonna buy this Rolls Royce. And my parents were like, what is wrong with this guy, right? What is bloody wrong with this guy, right? They're like, why can't you be normal? I'm like, I don't wanna be normal. I'm like, I'm not built that way, right? And I'm like, I don't want anything I didn't earn, but I'm like, why not? Why is it that other people can have it, right? Is it because you're not good enough or I'm not good enough? Why? Right? I mean, I don't think God created you and said, hey, you can only have a Toyota. I don't think so. Right? And I'm like, hey, why is it okay for everybody in the damn family to get a PhD? And why is it for me, why would I just want to be an engineer? Why wouldn't I want to own the company? Why is that not okay? And it took me years to realize that it's not okay because they never knew that it was okay. Like nobody told them that you can be the greatest doctor that can own 10 hospitals. All they knew was that you could just be a doctor. Does that thought process make sense? And one of the best things for me, right? My dad loved expensive shit, right? And maybe that's where I got it from him, was we have somebody in Mastery, Mr. Pervez, right? And he used to drive limos. He doesn't have to drive limos anymore because he has more than enough rental properties. So he replaced his limo salary with that. But The most fun thing was for me, I bought this white Rolls Royce, right? And my dream was I was going to send it to her airport to pick up my parents. And when they came here, I was able to send the car and to pick up my parents, right? And it's funny because my dad goes to my mom, no, you sit up front, right? And he's sitting in the back, and I still have this picture in the stupid Rolls Royce, right? With him sitting in the back with $1 million grill. And he never told me about it, but all his doctor friends and all the people that he thought were quote unquote successful, he goes back and sends them a picture. Oh, look what my son achieved, right? So I took him on the airplane, this and that, all that stuff. But it goes to say this, that it wasn't about the car. It wasn't about anything. It was just about that. To me, I was like, okay, I made it, if that makes any sense, right? And real estate for me just has been a medium, right? It was interesting because a year and a half, just like a month before Corona started, within a month of each other, unexpectedly, both of them passed away because I took them when they were here to the Rolls-Royce dealership, and we picked out a beautiful Continental, a Bentley Continental. And my goal always was, I'm going to do one of these big 3 days, and I'm going to have the dealership bring the Bentley Continental and spin it on one of those stupid things, right? And I'm going to give it to my father. And unfortunately, life sometimes doesn't quite work out that way. But I say that to say this, that I don't know why you're here. We all have a different reason. I truly, truly believe that real estate is just a medium to get from A to B. It's all it is, right? It's nothing more. I was fortunate early on in life, I got to look at other people that had done exceedingly well. And what I realized was, in a lot of ways, I can talk better. I think I'm more articulate. And I think I was blessed with a great set of parents. What the hell is the difference between them and me? Right? I'm always fascinated. You go to the executive airport, you see these people. They have little kids coming out of these jets that cost 40 million. What the hell? Their kids are supposed to have it, not yours? And somebody said, well, I don't need money. I'm like, well, why don't you try it? Then if you don't want it, look me up. I mean, I'll take your charity. I'm okay with it. Right? But I'm like, why shouldn't we be in a position at least to achieve it, if that makes any sense? Right? So anyways, it's neither here nor there. I just wanted to relate that because a lot of times people have perceptions that, oh, it's easy for him, it's this and that. Yes, life wasn't always this way, right? It's easy. A lot of things today are possible. I can get away with a lot of things today, but it was not this way, right? Everybody has a story. And if we all shared our story, I bet you everybody's gone through some tough times. Everybody's gone through some good times, and things happen. But I just wanted to relate that so that it puts things in perspective of why you're here. So my reason was, and the reason I say that is to say this, that you guys want to give the handout out? That the question becomes is, over the next 2.5 days, what you have to think about is, what do you want to get to? Meaning, what we want you to think about is something tangible, realistic, and specific, right? That you want to get using real estate as a medium. Now, if you had asked me that question, and I think for everybody that is at home, please make sure Lori will put that in the chat box, and if you would go and fill that out, right? Because what we want you to fill out is that, what do you want to get out of it? And that's important to understand, because otherwise the journey is going to be left half said. Now, for me, the goal had been, well, this is 2008. I want to do 4 flips and I want to make 35,000 each at that time. I had no point of reference. I just made that up, right? At that time. And I wanted to do a couple of rentals it didn't come about because I didn't know what I was doing, right? But my first thing was that I wanted to figure out, okay, I want to do 3 or 4 flips. I ended up doing 10, right? So the question becomes is, what is that for you? Is it flips? Is it rentals? What would you ideally like to get to? And it can be a realistic number. You don't have to come up with something that is crazy. The next thing what it asks is, what is your name? Do you have a business? Because this is something that when you talk to a bunch of people during lunch, when you talk to a bunch of the group of people that were up here tomorrow, a lot of the business consultants, right? That's a question they're going to ask you. Do you have a LLC? Do you have a S Corp, right? Are you incorporated? Are you not incorporated? And it's okay. If you're not, that's okay, right? Are you married? Because on on Sunday, you'll see that when we start looking at it, that when you set up a business structure, if you're married, you set it up a little bit differently than if you're single or if you have young kids, because you need to think about those things, especially when you think about, say, Miss Christine, you think about some of these people, when they have 15, 20, 25 properties in a short amount of time, those are important things. Right? If you have been in business, how long have you been in business? Right? We want you to fill that out. And then the question becomes is that if you're here at the event with a business partner, so if you're here, fill it out. If they're here, if you're with them, that way when you sit down and talk to these business partners, when you come up with a business plan before you leave, here on Sunday, right? What is it that you want to achieve and how do you want to get there? Becomes the question. Then if you're not going to be here for some reason tomorrow or on Sunday, you're not able to join us, put that there, right? The next question comes up is, in terms of 3 to 5 years, will you get to a place where you feel that you are financially independent? Do you think your plan will get you there, the way you're going? And it's yes, no, it's not right or wrong. It is what it is. Because what we are trying to figure out is this. It's like kind of a roadmap. The roadmap doesn't care where you've been, because where you've been, none of us can do anything to change it. All that matters is, where are you going to go from here? But what we need to know is, where are you today? Right? Because if we don't know where you are, then a lot of times when people have showed up, they're like, Andrew, I have debt, right? And you'll see that with Faraz's example. For her, it was $70,000 in debt, school debt from an MBA, right? And it was not right, wrong, or different. It was what it was. But she had decent credit score, didn't have any money. That was her situation. So when we looked at her business plan, it was like, hey, listen, first, we have to figure out how are you going to get rid of this debt. Now, you fast forward that 5.5 years ago, all of that stuff is wiped out, 40 properties, blah, 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 all that stuff. But it took a course of action. That's why it's important to know what is the destination and then what is the start. And then what are the patterns? We all have patterns that stop us from succeeding. Who are the people that you think? For me, it's always been self-doubt, self-sabotage, even today, right? Anytime I go try to do something new, I'm like, oh my God, I came up with this idea. I know I want to do it. Is it going to work? Oh shit, why do you think I deserve it? It's maybe the Indian guilt again. I have no idea, right? It happens. It's normal for all of us as human beings, right? And then, are you, in terms of ability to take action, in terms of direction, are you willing to do that? So on the back of it, it says, what is your annual income? We don't need to know the exact number. Ballpark. Do you have any funds? You don't have any funds. This is not something that we're sharing with anybody. This is just for you and the business consultants when they talk to you. And the more important thing is, tomorrow we'll talk about what we call as an LPN, right? LPN is your lifestyle property number. This is something that every single person that hangs around us, we have made them go through that. It's your lifestyle property number. How many properties do you need based on the cash flow to succeed, to call yourself, okay, yes, I can be independent in terms of my wealth. How many properties is that? We'll come up with that number tomorrow. And then ballpark, where is your credit? Is it okay? Is it in the middle? Is it anywhere else? So I'll give you guys a couple of minutes. Let's just take the time to fill that out. So guys, everybody at home, also, please make sure you take the time, go to the link that Lori put and fill that out. And then when you guys sit down and talk with some of these consultants, what's important, what we want out of this is that as you go through the process, right? You come up with a business plan for you based on whatever your particular situation is to figure out where to go to the next level. Because nowadays we have people that come in kind of in different extremes, people who have 0 properties and then people who have 10, 15, 20 properties already, right? And everybody in between. So it's important when you sit down and talk to a lot of the business consultants, a lot of business coaches, that they help you figure that process out. That's why we want some of the details, and we want a ballpark idea of where you're coming from in general. So even if you're at home, please take the time to go through that process. Once you guys are done filling that out, please pass it or give it to either Dan, Todd, Fateh is also around. You can give it to them or give it to somebody at the back table. Oh, Lori is there also. Is that Oscar? Huh? Oh, Oscar is there. Okay. All right. Hey, Lori. I don't think Oscar on the list because I didn't know if he was going to be here. If he's here after lunch, maybe I can just have him. Okay.
Okay, so couple quick announcements. Anybody who is watching via YouTube, the live feed, that's going to get shut off here shortly. And I'm sure this has piqued your interest and you want to be able to see the rest of today and the next 2 days. So again, as a reminder to everyone watching via YouTube, if you go to 3, the number 3, not written out, 3dayconference.com. You can get signed up and we will send you the link then for the Zoom feed that you see everyone at home watching, so you can follow along for the rest of these 3 days. Additionally, Lori has told me that there's 5 slots left for the VIP lunch. If you want to have an opportunity to sit down with some of the people that you saw on the panels up here, some of the consultants, and we have some other mastery people at the tables in the lunchroom. So it's a fantastic opportunity to be able to sit down with them and talk to them. Right now it is 1:30. We are going to do a 1-hour lunch. If you are not VIP and having lunch with us in the lunchroom, if you go out the doors and there's a gangplank that goes across to the main lobby of the hotel. There's a couple places over there where you can grab some food to eat. But if everybody could please be back here. The room is going to be locked up because the hotel has to come in and clean everything up. If you want to leave your stuff in the room, you can go ahead and leave it in the room because we're going to be here preparing for the afternoon session. So your stuff is safe. You don't have to take everything with you. Save your spot. They're just going to pick up cups and all that kind of stuff and just freshen up the room a little bit. So back here in the room outside at 2:30, and we'll open the doors promptly at 2:30 to get you guys in here. So good stuff so far, yes? Awesome. If you need a couple more minutes to finish filling out your questionnaire, please take the time. But everybody else, if you could go ahead and go out into the hallway so the hotel staff can get in here and start freshening up the room. We'll see you guys in an hour. Have a good lunch. Sorry, the lunch, if you go out the door and down the hallway, you'll see the plates, and it's a buffet style, and the lunchroom is right there on the right.